सर आवाज येतोय का शिंदे सर? हॅलो. शिंदे सर, हॅलो
बोला ना
सर. नेटके डॉक्टर जॉईन झाले आहेत म्हटलं, त्यांना पोस्ट करून
केलं ना.
नेटके साहेबांना
केलं, चेक करा.
माझा कॅमेराच नाही.
व्हिडिओ एकदाच आवाज त्यांचा चेक आहे करून.
नेटके सर.
सर नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
माझा व्हिडिओ दिसतोय का तुम्हाला?
हो हो, दिसतंय.
मला नाही दिसत आहे, कुठे गेलं नाही.
आवाज येतोय का? आमचा आवाज येतोय का?
आवाज तुमचा येतोय सर.
तुमचा येतोय व्यवस्थित आवाज.
माझा व्हिडिओ मला दिसत नाही, म्हणजे मी जॉईन झालो की नाही ते मला नाही दिसत आहे सर.
ओके.
तुम्ही स्क्रीन शेअर एकदा चेक करा नेटके सर.
स्क्रीन शेअर करून घ्या एकदा. मी
तुम्ही
स्टॉप
स्टॉप करा.
करतो.
हां, स्टॉप करा.
हम्म.
त्यानंतर दिसतं का बघा सर तुम्हाला. तुम्ही काय बॅकग्राऊंड हे केलं, व्हर्च्युअल बॅकग्राऊंड लावलंय का?
नाही लावलं. नसायला पाहिजे.
चेहऱ्यावर काहीतरी लाईट येते.
लाईट येते सर, व्हर्च्युअल बॅकग्राऊंड लावलेलं आहे काहीतरी. प्लेन करून टाका सर, नो बॅकग्राऊंड करा.
कुठं जावं लागेल?
ऍप मध्ये
सेटिंग.
तुमचं ते ऍपचा विंडो ओपन झाला असेल ना सर.
अजून पण तसं दिसत आहे का सर?
तुमचा आवाज येतोय, तुमचा व्हिडिओ आम्हाला दिसतोय. फक्त तुम्ही तुमच्या चेहऱ्यावर लाईट्स पडतात कुठलं तर त्या समोर लाईट आहेत का त्या याच्या येतात त्या?
लाईट नाहीत सर ते, परंतु माहित नाही कसं दिसत. मी एकदा एक्झिट होऊन परत जॉईन होतो.
हो ठीक.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर. नाव सर परफेक्ट आहे सर.
येस. आता आवाज अनम्यूट करा. होमरे सर, पोस्ट करून टाका त्यांना. हॅलो होमरे सर.
येस सर, डन सर.
हा, पोस्ट करा. नेटके सर अनम्यूट हुआ. नेटके सर आवाज येतोय का?
Yes sir. Sorry for disturb. And thank you very much.
हा सर, स्क्रीन शेअर करून घ्या ना सर प्लीज.
Share screen. Yes.
ठोंबरे.
येस सर, बनवतो सर, होस्ट बनवतो सर.
हा ते व्हर्च्युअल बॅकग्राऊंड दाखवण्यामध्ये माझा अपडेटला गेला तो. मला होस्ट बनवावं लागेल ना.
नाही, बनवलं सर, होस्ट बनवलं सर.
स्क्रीन एकदा शेअर करा ना.
मी माझी स्क्रीन शेअर केली सर अगोदरच.
ओके, एकदा चेक करून घ्या फक्त एकदा आणि मग ओके ठीक आहे, होते
माझी स्क्रीन दिसत आहे ना सर?
दिसते. स्टॉप शेअरिंग करून टाका त्याला. स्टॉप शेअरिंग करून टाका ना.
सर
स्टॉप करून टाका शेअरिंग. मी सांगितलं नंतर शेअर करू आपण.
मला नाही करता येते, माझं ऍप्लिकेशन क्लोज झालंय, मिनिमाइज झालंय.
मी केलं सर.
ओके, थँक्यू. थोडस तुमचा बॅकग्राऊंड मागं घेता का? एकदम चेहरा दिसतोय, थोडस पाठीमागे घ्या. हा, बस. किती वाजले आता सध्या? अनम्यूट करा. आवाज येत नाहीये.
आता आवाज येते का?
येस. किती वाजले?
तर 10:15 वाजलेत. रोजचा 8चा बेड टाइम आहे, त्याच्यामुळं जस्ट किपिंग माय सेल्फ अवेक. कॉफी पित होतो.
जेवण वगैरे?
हो, जेवण सर तेव्हाच झालं 7:30-8ला.
काय जेवलं?
पूर्ण इंडियनच. चपाती आणि आपली बटाट्याची भाजी.
अच्छा अच्छा. स्पेशल काय मिळतं ऑस्ट्रेलियामध्ये?
सर्व भेटतं, आपल्याला जे पाहिजे ते भेटतं,
इंडियन.
प्लस चांगल्या क्वालिटीचं. म्हणजे मला जर कॉफी चहा विकत घ्यायचा असेल तर चांगल्या क्वालिटीचं इथं भेटतो. म्हणजे माहित नाही का एक्सपोर्ट क्वालिटी ते करतात ना.
नाही आपले
पण
इंडियन.
ज्या गोष्टी आपल्याला भेटतात आपल्याला इंडियात त्या सर्व इथं भेटतात. एक व्हिडिओ प्ले करू का सर मी?
करा ना करा. तोपर्यंत फार्मचा एखादा दाखवून द्या, जे आहेत ते पाहून घेतील. मी स्टॉप स्क्रीन करून देतो त्याचं.
माझी स्क्रीन आहे का आता?
नाही करून टाका, शेअर स्क्रीन करा.
शेअर स्क्रीन. माझी स्क्रीन दिसत आहे सर?
दिसते ना?
हा व्हिडिओ दिसत आहे का?
व्हिडिओ नाही, पीपीटी दिसते तुमच्या आता.
व्हिडिओ नाही दिसत आहे?
नाही हे बंद करा ना वरचं ते पीपीटी उघडले का ते बंद. मिनिमाइज करा.
आता
मिनिमाइज करा ना.
व्हिडिओ दिसत आहे का सर? नाही दिसत.
ते ऑफ करून घ्या ना पीपीटी किंवा मिनिमाइज करा.
सर पीपीटी मिनिमाइजच केलेली मी.
ते पीपीटीच दिसते त्याचं. एकदा स्लाइड शो करा बरं वाटलं तर मग पाहून घेऊ पीपीटी.
आता स्लाइड शो दिसत आहे का?
आता दिसते. दिसत स्लाइड द्या. व्हिडिओ प्ले करा ना त्यातला, आहे का? ह्यात आहे का व्हिडिओ?
याच्यात नाही व्हिडिओ सर, याच्यात व्हिडिओ येणं म्हणजे शक्यच नाही.
व्हिडिओ प्ले करा, बाहेर जाऊन व्हिडिओ प्ले करा.
बाहेर आल्यानंतर स्क्रीन वरती मी जर स्लाइड्स मिनिमाइज केले ना तर व्हिडिओ प्ले नाही होते.
तुम्हाला स्टॉप शेअर करून परत ते व्हिडिओ प्ले करायला लागेल. जसं तुम्ही प्रेझेंटेशन प्ले केलं ना तसं व्हिडिओला परत एकदा क्लिक करायला लागेल. स्टॉप शेअर करून परत त्याला शेअर करायला लागेल. कारण तुम्ही काही ऍक्सेस केला ना स्क्रीन शेअर असताना पॉज होतो सर.
तो तोच होतो. अच्छा अच्छा.
त्याच्यामुळे आता तुमची स्क्रीनच दिसणार आम्हाला हे पीपीटीची. तुम्ही बॅकग्राऊंडला काही करू शकता, आम्हाला दिसत नाही ते. अनलेस अँड अंटिल तुम्ही स्टॉप शेअर करून काहीतरी शेअर केल्यानंतर.
एक्झॅक्टली. तर आता मला बाहेर जायचं म्हणल्याच्या नंतर मी स्टॉप शेअरिंग कुठून करणार?
स्टॉप शेअर करून परत ते व्हिडिओ जिथे आहे तिथून प्ले करा. टास्क बार मध्ये असेल ना तो व्हिडिओ, तिथून प्ले करा. शेअर स्क्रीन करा आणि व्हिडिओचं लोकेशन बघा कुठे. मला वाटतं टास्क बार मध्येच असणार आता ओपन केले म्हणजे तिथून प्ले.
एक्झॅक्टली. हा व्हिडिओ दिसला.
हा आता येतो, आला बघा.
व्हिडिओचा आवाज येतोय का? मी बोललेलाच आवाज येतोय सर फक्त?
व्हिडिओचा बी येतो. एक मिनिट. व्हिडिओचा येत नाही. अजून एक करा ना सर. जेव्हा तुम्ही आता स्टॉप करा, मी तुम्हाला सांगतो. तुम्ही स्टॉप करा सर. स्टॉप शेअरिंग करा. मिनिमाइज नका करू, स्टॉप शेअर करा.
स्टॉप शेअरिंग. येस.
परत शेअर करा. शेअर करायच्या पहिले ना तुम्हाला एक तिथं ऑप्शन आहे कम्प्युटर ऑडिओ म्हणून टिक करायसाठी पहिल्या बॉक्समध्ये जो
शेअर साऊंड. येस, शेअर साऊंड.
हा आणि ते व्हिडिओ ओपन करा. आता आवाज येणार.
To conceive successfully.
आता येतो.
Poor heat detection and incorrect timing of AI is one of the major causes of infertility in cattle. This leads to poor reproductive efficiency, longer calving intervals and disrupted calving patterns, fewer replacements, a loss of production, and lost income for your farm. The In-Calf program run by Dairy Australia estimates that each missed heat costs dairy producers $200. If farmers observe just one more cow on heat per day, this amounts to $1,400 per week in reduced costs and a tighter calving pattern. All staff on a dairy farm should be trained in heat detection.
सर मी व्हिडिओ पॉज केला आता.
हो.
तर याच्यात हा जो व्हिडिओ दिसत आहे एकदम स्मॉल फार्मर्स इथले त्यांच्या घरी जाऊन रेकॉर्डिंग केलेली. ते स्मॉल फार्मर्स म्हणजे 500-400 अशा गायी इथं प्रत्येक फार्मरकडे इथं. तर
ऑल रजिस्टर्ड हेड आहेत ना सगळ्या त्या ॲनिमल्स?
पूर्ण रजिस्टर्ड ॲनिमल आहेत ऑस्ट्रेलियामध्ये पूर्ण. आणि जे नॅशनल आयडेंटिफिकेशन ID जो आहे तो प्रत्येक काऊच्या इयर मध्ये दिसणार. तर हा व्हिडिओ डेअरी ऑस्ट्रेलियाने शूट केलेला आहे, परंतु म्हणजे हा लोकल रिजन मध्ये केलेला आहे विक्टोरियामध्ये, जो माझ्या क्लोज जे फार्म आहेत त्यांच्यापाशी. तर याच्यात ज्या प्रॅक्टिस चालतात त्या प्रॅक्टिस आपल्या इंडियामध्ये इझिली चालू शकतात. त्याच्यामुळे मी हा खास व्हिडिओ दाखवते, कारण यांच्याकडे दे आर ऑल्सो नॉट डेव्हलप ऑर्गनाइज्ड डेअरी फार्म्स. सो दॅट्स वाय आय एम जस्ट शेअरिंग दिस व्हिडिओ.
It is, however, recommended that one person be made specifically responsible for this very important task. It's also recommended that the responsible person spends 15 to 20 minutes twice a day, in the morning and in the afternoon, observing cows in their normal environment to check for signs of heat. It's important that heat detection observation is not done during periods of other activity, such as milking, feeding or herding cattle towards the dairy. The best time to observe cows on heat is when they are relaxed in their normal paddock environment. These times tend to coincide with the cooler times of the day, and farmers should be aware that cows rarely show strong heat signs in the hottest part of the day. High-producing cows or cows in a state of negative energy balance may also be difficult to detect on heat and require extra attention. It's important that the person doing the heat detection can see all the cows in the herd. Cows are more likely to exhibit strong mounting behaviour if they have solid ground or pasture underfoot. Mounting causes a large amount of pressure on feet and legs, and animals are unlikely to do this if they are lame or unsure of their footing. Slippery concrete is an example of a surface that cows would be less likely to show signs of heat. Having good methods of cow identification is important when doing heat detection. These can be ear tags, freeze brands or RFID tags. It's vital to be able to individually identify cows from a distance. There are a number of behavioural changes or signs that will indicate that a cow is on heat. The primary sign is a cow that stands still to allow other cows to mount her. This is called standing heat. It's important to understand that it's the cow being mounted that's on standing heat, not the cow doing the mounting. The onset of standing heat is linked to critical hormone changes. At this time, the release of luteinizing hormone does two things. It causes the cow to stand to be mounted by other cows, and it provides the signal to the ovary to prepare the egg for ovulation to occur, approximately 24 to 30 hours after the onset of standing heat. This timing link between onset of standing heat and ovulation gives the best indicator when to AI the cow. This will ensure that a viable population of sperm is ready and waiting in the uterus when the egg is released from the ovary. The observation of standing heat is a predictor of when a cow will ovulate. The recommendation is to AI a cow 4 to 12 hours after
टाइम सुरू झाला की मला सांगा बरं प्लीज.
the start of standing heat. Research tells us that the majority of cows begin standing heat during the night. If Australian farmers practice once a day AI after morning milking, then most cows will fall into this crucial 4 to 12 hour window. Alternatively, farmers can AI cows seen on standing heat in the morning that afternoon, and cows on heat in the afternoon can be AI'd the following morning. This is known as the
This is the simple railing where we are in Australia generally, like on the small farms, they are doing AI like this. They're just pushing cows in the one rail and just they're standing behind the cows. So this guy here standing behind the cow this guy is maybe AI technician or the farm owner. So he's trying to do AI like that way, and he's holding the gun. Did you observe the things? Like he's holding gun in the mouth. That's not actually the standard practice, but still. So this video is like countryside video. But what we wanna see the actual practices how they are doing. So we wanna do that practices correctly. But the things just we are taking base from this video. How I can start this one?
Australian farmers. The length of time that a cow is on standing heat varies between 4 to 24 hours, but the average is approximately 8 to 12 hours. There are also a number of secondary signs of heat that can be displayed by cows, and these secondary signs are often displayed before, during and after standing heat. For this reason, secondary signs of heat are not reliable predictors of when a cow is going to ovulate. Secondary signs of heat are helpful for identifying cows, but not as accurate as the observation of standing heat. Some secondary
Here I would like to disturb a little bit. This one here, sticker on the cow's back, that's called the sticker or scratches or KMR, a lot of languages. But the thing is, this is scratchy sticker, and once another cow mount on that sticker, then it's just turning either red or pink or whatever color is that. So this cow behind that cow, this
signs
one,
of heat
she's got
include
already red
cows
sticker.
that mount other cows, laying their head over the back of companion predictors of when a cow is going to ovulate. Secondary signs of heat are helpful for identifying cows, but not as accurate as the observation of standing heat. Some secondary signs of heat include cows that mount other cows, laying their head over the back of companions or licking the backs of other cows, holding ears erect and headbutting other cows, sniffing other cows or allowing other cows to sniff her, pacing up and down fence lines or showing general restlessness. The lips of the vulva become pink and swollen, and often a clear mucus is discharged. The cow may not enter the dairy in the usual order or not let milk down as usual. Also, cows may have lower milk production on days when they are on heat. The hair on the tail head becomes ruffled, or there is mud on her flanks from the hooves of mounting cows. Generally, in a typical Australian paddock environment, the cows that are on heat will form a very noticeable sexually active group, which stands slightly apart from the rest of the herd. It's very important to observe this sexually active group closely to distinguish the cows that are seen on standing heat. Allowing cows to mingle freely with other cows that are on heat helps to increase mounting activity. A good way to do this is to write all the numbers of the active group down on paper and then circle the numbers of the cows seen on standing heat, allowing others to mount. It's important to keep good records for heat detection, as well as records of which cows have been inseminated and which bulls used for the AI. This recording will help to identify which cows may require veterinary attention later. Heat detection aids can be a vital tool to assist farmers with the task of heat detection, but should not replace personal observation of the herd. The majority of Australian farmers will use heat detection aids. This practice is strongly recommended. There are a variety of heat detection aids available, from tail paints to patches and now sophisticated electronic methods or activity monitors using pedometers. If using heat detection aids, it's important to follow the manufacturer's instructions for effective application. The most successful
Unmute. Unmute.
Successful heat detection programs will incorporate the effective use of heat detection aids and a good dose of common sense. To summarise, good heat detection is one of the most important aspects of breeding cows by artificial insemination. If heat detection is poor, it's likely that both submission rates and conception rates will be affected, resulting in poor fertility in your herd. By paying close attention to heat detection, Australian farmers will see the benefits and the profitability of their farms, with more calves born and higher milk production in the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for displaying a very good video which was shooted in Australia on small dairy farmers. This is one of the representation of the small dairy farmer of Australia and how the heat detection is carried out and as artificial insemination is imparted has been shown by Dr. Netake. And this is one of the most important lecture of this online training program. Most practicable presentation is there. So I think it's 5. We will start the session. Okay. Before starting the session, I will introduce the today's speaker. I will share. The screen is shared, sir.
Yeah.
Now, very good evening to all the participants from the India, and this is the second day of this international online training program. And on the day second, there will be 3 presentations by the eminent speakers. The first presentation is on recent advances in heat detection and body condition score and its relevance to fertility in dairy animals. And the eminent speaker is Dr. Pandurang Netake. Now he is a large-scale dairy production manager delivering his presentation from Australia. The second important presentation is on the application of ultrasonography for reproductive management of dairy animals. And the speaker is Dr. Mrigank Honparkhe, Principal Scientist, Department of Animal Reproduction, College of Veterinary Animal Sciences, GADVASU, Ludhiana, Punjab. And third speaker is Dr. Sunil Jadhav. He is a Principal Scientist in Division of Animal Nutrition at IVRI, Izatnagar. And the topic presented will be nutritional interventions for hastening age of puberty and its effect on fertility. So these 3 important presentations will be there on day second, and we will move to the presentation first. And this already introduced with the topic, the speaker, Dr. Pandurang Netake. Now he did his BVC and AH from the College of Veterinary Animal Science in Maharashtra, and his post-graduation from in the discipline of animal reproduction, gynecology and obstetrics from College of Veterinary Animal Sciences, Parbhani, Maharashtra. Now, after his post-graduation, he is directly involved in the reproductive management of the dairy animals, particularly dairy cows, and he has worked as a veterinary officer at Haveli Dairy Farms, Hyderabad. Then he was a project manager in Rahata Tahsil of Ahmednagar district in Yuvagram Vikas Mandal from 2015 to 2017. And he has got very good opportunity work in the very good large head scale herd in Australia. And since 2017, he is working as a reproduction manager at Coomboona Holstein in Australia. Now, considering his present work profile as such, now he leads a herd and its reproductive program for more than 5,000 high-yielding genomic herd, which is one of the best herd in the Australia. Then improve herd reproductive performance through the advanced and innovative management practices, and majority focus on increasing the fertility metrics, which is the basic of any farm. And his expertise in operating cow manager, dairy comp, and dairy plan advanced softwares to manage the herd data in terms of the production as well as the reproduction. Now, on behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of myself as a coordinator of this international online training program, I very heartily and warmly welcome Dr. Netake sir for your presentation. And I believe your presentation is a very eye-opening presentation for all the participants. And I had been heard your presentation once, and this is a really practical presentation, and he is basically working, and there will be clearing of many doubts in the mind of vets, how the large herds, high producing animals, more than 10,000 liter in lactation, they are managed in developed countries, and he is sharing his experiences. So I request Dr. Netake sir to deliver his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, respected Ingawale sir. It's my pleasure to be here today in this presentation, and just thank you for giving me chance to present something from my side. So I would thank you for my introduction first. I cannot see the slides. Is it visible?
Sir, visible and audible also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Because this Zoom webinar is always one side, so I feel always like I'm talking. Am I audible to all, or I'm just talking like alone? So thank you very much, Ingawale sir, and myself, Dr. Pandurang Netake. I'm from Jamkhed, which is very small village near to Shirdi in Ahmednagar district, and I've been working here in Australia for last 4 years, and I learned the things like a lot of things which we are not practicing in India. So my today's presentation's motto is to give the practical knowledge. Even though I am master in animal reproduction, but I never care about the theoretical knowledge and what we are learning in the book and what we are actually doing on the field. So my always thinking is to share the practical knowledge. So today's topic is also challenging topic, very neglected topic. I mean, no one is focusing such topic like BCS and heat detection. Everyone is thinking about the AI. Everyone is thinking about the pregnancy rate, conception rate, but no one thinking about the importance of heat detection. So I might not be giving you the details of theoretical details of many things, but just consider this lecture as a practical thing. And it will be very great if I got some questions, field level questions, and I will try to solve it at the end. So I might be, my lecture, I mean, this webinar might be prolonged little bit, like 10 or 15 minutes. So I apologize for that at very start. Here's my introduction, just small introduction about my farm. I'm working at Coomboona Dairy Farms, which is very high genomic dairy farm in Australia. So number one high genomic. What is high genomic? I mean, their blood level, HF blood level is very high in this Coomboona Dairy Farm, and I'm very proud to say that I'm the reproduction manager at that dairy farm, and we are mostly using the pedigrees from USA, and we are importing the semen all the time. And this farm is very well organized and developed farm, and we got 5,400 animal at the moment which are milking, plus we got around 2,000 heifers, and 1,200 dry cows. So total livestock on this dairy farm at the moment is around 8,000. And the average milk production of the herd means all milking for 5,004 animals milking. Average milk yield is 41 liter per cow, as per today's email. I mean, every day we are receiving the email. And average feed intake of whole dairy herd is 27 kg per cow, as per dry matter. These are the things we got. Well organized, well develop, I mean settle bedding system, sheds, and everything like rotary parlor and whatever mechanical things we need on dairy farm we got here. So I might not be giving information about that because we are focusing on our topic. So in today's topic, we can see heat detection needs and aids, benefits of improved reproductive performance. I'm just thinking out of heat detection and BCS now because I just what is practically we can do in that both the topics. Just I'm trying to align that with our breeding programs. I mean overall breeding practices. So we can see the breeding parameters and understanding about the fertility timetables and heat detection, length of voluntary period, voluntary waiting period, and such all parameters, and mainly the artificial insemination practices. And so, yeah, just directly come on the topic like heat detection. So what is heat detection? Heat detection is nothing but the finding the cow which are going to ovulate soon. I mean, the ovulating cows we need to find to breed. So that's called the heat detection. It's very simple thing. And what kind of cows should be there in that heat detection? So of course, cows should be cyclic. What it cyclic means? 18 to 24 days after the first heat, that cow is cyclic. And some cows they are showing heat after the 9 days of first heat. That means they are short cycle, or 11 days of the first heat means they are short cycle. But the normal heat detection means, I mean, what we are looking here is the normal cyclic cows. So then again, that cow is giving chance to mount the herd mate, I mean other cows. So that cow could be ours. They attempt to mount other cows as well. So they are restless, their feed intake reduces, then their milk let down capacity reduces. Then sometime we can find the mucus, stringy mucus from the vulva. And sometime, I'm saying sometime on these things because high milking cows, they are always not showing these all signs. That's not like compulsory or mandatory. That's just optional signs. I mean, our cows, if they are producing more milk, then they are not able to show these signs because they are already producing like 90-liter milk a day. Some cows are 65 liters milk a day, and then also we are expecting heat signs from their cows is unexpected. For us, for breeders, for cows, and for software as well. Whatever software, advanced softwares we are using for heat detection, they are also fail in front of them because that cows, they are absolutely focusing on the milk production, not on the reproduction. That's our main worry, and we're gonna see what we can do for such cows. I mean, how we can find the heat in silent cow. So what are the criteria to find the silent cow's heat, or many things like that. So normal things everyone knows. We are vets. Everyone knows that what is heat and what is normal cyclic, what is off cyclic, what is long cycle, what is pregnant. These things, but still they are practically very confusing while working on the dairy farm. Especially you are alone as a vet and you are handling 3,000 or 4,000 cows reproduction every day. You are managing that. Then we got a lot of challenges on the field, on the farm, especially like, so how I can hide that, the the front strip. I cannot see the title of my PPT. Someone is hearing me?
Give a minute, please.
I wanna hide that strip on the screen so I can see the title of every slide plus some content also. So that's just disturbing us.
You can right click it. Right click.
Drag it down. Drag it
No,
down.
no, right click.
Right click. Yes.
You remove the highlighter, please.
Yeah.
Drawing chart you remove. Now it is clear.
No, I'm just wondering. I mean, just one more strip is there. I just wanna delete. I mean, hide that strip. Like, all right, I will manage it. All right.
Otherwise, you stop share and once again share, please.
I think this will be all right. I will manage it because I drag it down.
Okay, no problem.
So it's not gonna be hard. I mean, am I audible? Please, I'm asking again because I'm talking alone and no one. I cannot see anyone's face. So just I'm talking to my laptop. That's what I'm feeling.
No, you are clearly audible, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So we are straight away on our topic. That's the heat detection aids, which we can use. I mean, practically, theoretically, when I was in our college, I learned many things, but practically, I never saw them. Like lot of things, they are not working practically. But what aids can help us to detect the accurate heat, they are practically we can use in our country, especially in India or Asian country. So first one is the cow manager. So cow manager is software. Actually, my company is paying a lot of money for like 1200,000. I mean, more than $1 million company is paying to this cow manager software. But this software is really amazing software. I mean, worldwide sire, they developed this software to detect the heat plus to monitor the cow, overall cow, like how they can eat, nutrition, health, reproduction, everything they are monitoring with the help of cow manager software. I'm very proud to say that I'm the in charge of this software for whole AFMH. AFMH is Australia Fresh Milk Holdings, big organization, and my farm is one of the part of that organization. So I'm looking up this software for whole AFMH. That includes 4 large scale dairy reproduction, like dairy reproduction things. So cow manager is first thing. I will discuss about it later. So second one is the KMR, which is I mean, firmly, we can use this aid KMR for heat detection, and worldwide, especially in America, USA, they are using KMRs to detect the heat. And stickers are very good for heifers, not for the cows. I mean, if we divide them, which one is better and which one is not, I mean, which one is helpful, then I would say the KMRs, they are good for cows, and the stickers, they are good for the heifers. And tail chalk and tail paints are not bad too. But the thing is, depend on the manpower. So in Australia especially, it's very hard to hire the people. And so lack of manpower, so that's why we are not using tail chalk or tail paint. But small groups, I got good experience about the tail paint and tail chalk. We'll discuss it later. So this is simple picture of my dairy farm. This is showing heifers. These are the virgin heifers. They never been bred, and their body weight is more than 500 kg. Anyone can see, because in future, in the next few slides, I'm going to talk about the body weight. And all people, they got always, like some people, they got always objection how this guy is talking like weird something. So that's why I take the picture, and you can see the heat detection aid in this heifer. That red color is a sticker which we are using for heat detection. So this one here is sticker, and that's red. That means they are mounting on each other, or just standing for other heifers. So this is another one. This is rotary parlor. We are especially working on the rotary. I mean, my AI stand is too close to the rotary, and when rotary they are milking the cows, that same time we are practicing, we are AIing the cow on AI stand. So cows are rotating in front of me. I need to breed them within that typical time, like 26 seconds time. We have to breed that cow. Plus we need to detect the heat as well. But the positive thing is I got in very first morning, I'm just printing my AI cows list, and it's very easy for me whole day to AI or pregnancy diagnosis. So this one, this here, that's the KMR or KAMAR or whatever KAMAR heat detection aid. So that KAMAR heat detection aid is really good stuff for detecting the heat for cow. So here in these two cows, I would say, practically I'm saying what I'm observing the cows. So this cow here on the, I mean this cow here, she goes, this one is very rubbed here. I mean other cows mounted too much on this cow, and plus KMR is dirty on other side, like a yellow highlighter is, you can see the KMR is dirty and is fully red. But whereas this cow here don't have any plank mark or any like rubbing mark like this, that means this cow might be early and this cow is timely. But they both the cows, they come together, means they are mounting each other. They started heat maybe same time, or one is later and one is early. So in such situation, you could breed both the cows. I'm talking practically because sorry, when we are thinking which cow is right for breeding and which cow is not right, I mean which cow I can skip for today and I will breed her tomorrow early morning, that's very hard to decide. But still we will see how we can decide these things. So practical purpose. So this is the cow manager. This is third heat detection aid. First one was sticker, second one was KMR, and third one is cow manager. So cow manager is very advanced software to detect the heat. So this, what is cow manager is nothing but they got only one tag which we are linking in the ear of cow. In every cow Australia they got analyze tag. So this cow manager tag is absolutely fit in the ear tag, whatever analyze tag in the ear. And that small cow manager tag is giving information to us in computer, on computer, about nutrition, about fertility, and about the health. So very shortly we will see this one. I am here in a group. This is the group option. So I have selected all group because whatever cows they are on heat in the dairy, whole in dairy farm, whatever they are pregnant or aborted or insane or ready, except early. I mean those cows who haven't finished the voluntary waiting period, that cows we need to escape. I mean, we need to take out of this software, and that's in the setting. We don't need to take the tag out. But that cow is still giving us information about health, about nutrition, and about all. So I have selected all group. This showing group wise. This is an animal number, group number, then days in milk, then fertility inside this one. So some pregnant cows you can see pregnant cow is giving is on heat. I mean, yeah, first pregnant cow is on heat. The second one is very sick. So this software is giving me information about the cows which are on heat and which are sick as well. So what I'm doing, I'm just preparing the report in computer room, just what cows I need to breed, what cows I need to check thoroughly, and what cows I can skip them today. So these things I'm just preparing before starting the work, and we're gonna see that in actual in the next few slides. So this is the, if I hit that particular one cow, if I click this green one here, then this kind of picture is coming. So what is this picture? This picture means that line here, this line here is the rumination, and the red line is activity. This is all activity line, and the blue line is heat line. So cow is coming on heat in between these days. So approximately there are 21 days, and she was in heat here. Rumination fall down, activity goes up, heat line goes up, means she was in heat. Then these guys breed her, but unfortunately she did not get pregnant, and she come on heat again here, and again here she was in good heat, rumination falls down. I mean, if cow is on heat, then rumination, feed intake, and everything other normal parameters goes down. Even milk production goes down. Even milk letting down sometime in early stage, they are also going down. So while while finding the cows on computer, just we are not looking for the heat line, we are looking for the rumination line as well, and activity line as well. So absolutely this cow, so this is useless material, I know that, but still I wanna explain, I wanna show these things. These advanced things will be in India soon, I know, but just for information we are looking. So how cow is in heat, how cow is coming in heat, how rumination going down, and how she is I mean heat line is going down, and again she is coming on normal. So here another cow I have clicked, and this yellow line means not active line, red line means high active line, and blue line means this one is rumination. So this cow was normal until here, until what was that date? Normal until here, and she was sick here. So why she was sick? She might be in heat, she might be some different things. So that's not our discussion part today, but these parameters are very important. So because this cow manager is monitoring the cows very closely, and they're saying us, they're giving us particular information that dash dash time, dash numbers cow was on heat, started heat, and she was like she was standing during that time, and you need to breed that cow. This kind of information cow manager is giving us. That's why this is I'm saying, just nowadays worldwide uh, they are started using cow manager, where dairy farmers like large dairy farmers, they are just started using cow manager tags in Australia, and in US they are already like everywhere. Uh, how I can, yeah. So this is screenshot of same cow manager tag. Again, this is old, like 2018, 2017 screenshot, mobile screenshot. Just I was looking and just so the thing is, this cow here, she was on heat here, and again in 7 or 8 days she was in heat. And see the so was on heat means these are the normal activities. Just you just consider about the blue line. So these are the normal activities, and normal activity increased by these numbers like 50 time, 40 time, 30 time, 20 time, means she was on heat that much time. So 50 is too much, and this in and next heat after 11 days or after 10 days is more than that. That means this cow is absolutely cystic. So from the cow manager, I can say this is cystic. But every cow I'm checking before AI. So this is clear indication from the software to us that you need to check this cow. Such kind of lot of information here. So no heat. So this was like old farm. So 3,000 cows. Out of 3,000 cows is showing no heat after calving. 33 cows. Irregular heat up, I mean, or absence of heat. They're like 41 cows. They are not showing any sign of heat. Irregular heats like short intervals, 56 cows means they're like 90% irregular heat. They are always cystic, because cystic cows either follicular cyst or luteal cyst. If luteal cyst, there is no sign of heat. Follicular cyst always coming on in the heat. So irregular heat, 56 cows, they are cystic in that particular 21 days cycle. So that's 21 days record. So and we got 887 cows, they are been inseminated but not yet been tested. So and open and not inseminated yet means they are in sync program. They are 206 cows. So all right, we forgot about that cow manager software now, because we are not going to use it now in India. But now we are coming on the like next clinical sign of heat. So what is like sign that the cow has been mounted means uh, another cow mounted on our AI cow, which cow is giving standing heat at the moment. That cow is showing these three things, and these are the practical things like dirty rump and flank. Backside area will be always dirty because cow is sitting in the compost barn, compost, and that cow from the downside is always dirty. And if she mounted on the other cow, which is our cow for AI or for heat detection, so that mounted things, they're going on the rump of our cow. So that's why it's always dirty. That's correct. Then ruffled here. That's because they are mounting, and cows average body weight is like 450 to 500. Like this much weight is on the rump means the hair follicles, they are going to rip, or they're just ruffled. So that's why this clinical sign is important. And another one is streak of saliva on the back. So cow which is mounting, I mean, mounting cow's saliva is always going on the back of our standing cows. Why I'm saying our cow and why I'm saying the mounting cow? So these are the big questions. I'm going to discuss them later. So heat detection strategies. What should be the heat detection strategies? Like if we are going to detect the heat in our dairy farm or our cows, then they should be identifiable. I mean, from long distance we can see them. We can see their 2 hours. We need to observe them. Then only we can accurately say that this cow it started standing. This cow. I got one message that your internet is unstable. Am I audible at the moment? Hello,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes, please continue.
Yes. So, so if we observe the cows a longer period, that's good thing. Actually, I saw that video, and that guy is saying like $200 we are missing if we are missing the heat, and they are not. I mean, what is the Indian rupees? Like 10,000 rupees? $200 means for every heat, and that's correct, because I was working in India on a large dairy farm as well. I mean, we were milking 2,000 cows at Haveli Dairy Farm. So I saw that, because our feeding cost is 105, 110 10 rupees per day, and we are missing that cow. Plus, we can, if we miss 21 days of that cow, then we cannot take the peak lactation of that cow in every lactation. I mean, we are just I mean, just our whatever calving interval period, then average days in milk period, they are just strengthening, they are just increasing unnecessarily, because we are not detecting the heat. And so that's what uh, heat detection is very important aid on. I mean, if you are breeding the cows, then you should be a good heat detector. So then only you could perform well. So nowadays, guys, in India, when I was working there, we were calculating the conception rate. But nowadays, worldwide, people, they are just calculating the pregnancy rate. That means just conception rate is very small thing, but pregnancy rate means that pregnancy rate is like showing characteristic of your dairy farm, like showing your dairy farm is good or bad. If your pregnancy rate is less than 15%, that means you got a lot of scope to improve. And your pregnancy rate is 25, that means you are going okay, but you need to maintain that thing, maintain the 25 pregnancy rate. So what is that pregnancy rate? We will see that later, but we are on our topic. So always observe the cows quietly, do not disturb them when they are mounting or standings, otherwise they will run out of you. I mean, if cows are in open grazing paddock or open housing or in the shade, then they will run out of you and they will be distracted. So if cow is in stress during this process or during this like 60 days process, that means there is a hormonal disturbance. So what is the cause of hormonal disturbance or LH secretion? That's the stress. So yeah, stress is causing every hormone, like either secretion deficiency or just that receptors disturbance or whatever. That stress is major cause to disturb or to reduce our pregnancies. So we should not be give any stress, like you are catching your AI cow, and you are just running behind that cow, means you are disturbing the cow, and she's not gonna be pregnant on that day, I'm pretty sure, because we have to wait that cow for next 21 days. That's my observation. So we should be quiet. So return milk as soon uh, thing, and training your staff, as we are like fit on dairy farm. We cannot AI every cow, or we cannot practice, or we cannot detect the heat. That's like no one wants to wake up in early morning at 4 o'clock and detect the heat, or late evening after milking, just go in the shade and detect the heat. We should know these things, but that's not our duty, because we cannot manage. We have to look after the health, we have to look after the cows, practiced, and a lot of things. These things we should know 100, definitely 100%, but the thing is, that's not our job too. So that's why we need to train the people on dairy farm. Another thing, yeah, this is the heat detection aid I was talking. The many believe that these to be the most reliable, especially on the long hair of the just just giving simple information about the KMR. We have already discussed these things. This is the chalk. I mean, just we are using the tail paint or tail chalk. Tail chalk is very cheap method to detect the heat, but actually we have to top up that chalk every day, or then only you can detect that cow that she is in heat. So what we are doing, that's just simple chalk. Just we are chalking on the tail head. So sorry, we are starting from the base of the tail to the tail, and the other cow is mounting, and that chalk is just disappear from there. That means she was in heat. But that's like inaccuracy percentage are more in this chalk or in this pen. So this is the aid. I was talking about the scratches or stickers. We are calling this as a stickers. So that's the company name, Estrus Alert. But what this I mean, what this sticker is going to give us information about the cow. So a single mounting, that's like little scratches. 3 to 5 mounting, more scratch. I mean, that's white color normally. The ones that scratch, that's like same like mobile recharge. When we are recharging, we need that pin code, so we need to scratch. So same thing. There's another heifer or cow that's mounting on it, and just that's upper cover is disappearing, and you can see the inner layer. So either red or pink or blue, people depend on their choice. And this is after the 5 mounting. But one thing is, in heifers, they got a lot of estrogen level. I mean, very high estrogen level in heifers. That's why heifers, they are always mounting on each other when they are on heat. And heifers, they are especially showing, uh, like we are in cows, we are thinking that 18 to 24 days after the first is the normal cycle. But in heifers, we need to come back 2 days, because 16 to 21 days is normal cyclic heifer, I would say, in the heifers. So, this one is disappearing all, because heifers are always, this might be this guy is using on the cows, but this is always disappearing in the heifers. This is the tail painting method. Just they are painting just like spray paint on the tail, and if another cow mount on this cow, then that will disappear, and that's called this cow. So they are using this group wise. For example, I got 32 group in the dairy farm, and I'm using a 5 group for breeding. So out of that 5 group, I'm using red, pink, yellow, blue paint, each group separate paint, so I can identify any cow mix in other group, or I can easily find that mixed cow or any cow. So in this case, we need to paint every cow in the herd, then only it's easy. I mean, every cow in that particular group, whether it's pregnant or anything, except DNBs. DNBs means to be culled cows. You don't want to breed them in this lactation. Means to be culled cows. In future, you are going to sell them out, and you just want to milk them for this lactation. They are the DNBs. So except that cows and very early cows, like they are not yet finished the voluntary waiting period, that two kind of cows you just need to skip. Otherwise, you have to paint this to every cow. And that's the same thing. Just this one here is showing rub. I mean, and this date is AI date, and this one here is all right, but it's also in heat. This is the tail paint. Just there, just from here to here, they're just painting the tail, and once they give standing, means that color is going like spreading on the back of the cow, or they're just disappearing from the tail. I mean, you can find like this is black color here now. Once that rub the blue color, you can find that black color, but here it will be still blue. This need little experience to detect the heat by using the spray paint, and spray paint is very hectic job, very risky job too, for breeders especially, because they are inflammable. They are just bursting sometime, very high temperature, they're just bursting, and they're not good for cows too. And if you are spraying it on the back of the cow, that's just going in the mouth or going in the nose, whatever. So, but for just looking like tail paint, tail chalk, KMR, sticker, and our cow manager. So these, out of these five things, I would suggest in India we could use the KMR or sticker. In the heifer, sticker, and in the cows, KMR. So these KMR, Gia Pharmaceutical, Gia Farm something company, Gia company or Dilawal company, they are selling these things actually in India, and their cost in Australia is $2 each. So sticker and KMR, they are costing same. So $2 each. You just means 100 rupees Indian rupees each cow for each heat detection. So we could bear that one because every day's feeding cost is 100 rupees. So we could bear that cost, and that's the easiest thing. But in India, very funny thing is, I was there on dairy farm, not on my farm, but I visited a lot of dairy farms in India, from south to north, and I never saw any heat detection aid on dairy farm. Just people there, they just used to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning before milking. They're just taking pen and pad in hand. They're just writing. That's the reason we are not getting cows pregnant. I mean, our conception rate is very low in our dairy farm. So because we don't know when that cow started on heat, when that cow, like we cannot observe that cow during that whole 12 hours period. So to observe that cow, you don't need to run behind the cows. You just apply some stickers or camera and just let them come for milking. You just stand on the rotary parlor or behind the milking parlor and detect whatever your cows and separate them, AI them, let them go back again, and they will be pregnant definitely. And if they are coming again in heat, just resync them. We'll see them again later. I'm running behind actually because I spend a lot of time on heat detection. Actually, that's not that important, as like we need to cover all the topic. This is funny picture. This is not like a holy or colors festival or anything. This is just paint, and this heifer is being mounted by other heifers. Uh, maybe more time, like maybe 100 time or more than that, because might be she's cystic. She's giving like tail head is up and this area is down. These are the clinical signs of cystic cows, cystic heifer especially. And she's been mounted from all the way, from the front, from the back, everywhere. And that's why she's looking funny. I just typically, I thought that this will be the funny picture to show. Yeah, here. I was talking in the heat detection in first topic. This cow here is our cow, not this one. All right. Why? Because this cow is in late state and this cow is in early stage, or this cow might be not ours, or this cow might be pregnant. This cow may be DNB, maybe anything else. Maybe we don't care about this cow. We don't need this cow. All right, this is our cow because she is giving standing heat. And how many hours? So I wanna take you back to the cow manager because I wanna show you here special thing. Don't forget about that cow is cystic or whatever. But cow started heat here and she's going up. Means she was always mounting on the cow because this cow manager is recording the activity of cow, not actually heat. Cow manager don't know what is heat and what is pregnant and what is empty. Cow manager knows the activity. So that cow manager is calculating, just measuring the activity of that cow. That cow is going up. That means she is mounting on other cows. And that cow is coming down, means she is giving standing to other cows to mount. And that standing cows, that's timely cows, that's like our cows for AI. That's very simple thing. So this one is our cow, not this one at the moment because she is still standing. But in India, but my friends and a lot of people, they are just recording both the cows and they are breeding both the cows. But at this moment, this cow is not ours, not for breeding, not fit for AI. But this cow could be fit for AI, but still we need to check, and we will see in the future slide what we are checking about the cows. So benefits, that was the heat detection topic, and that's finished now. We don't want to talk more about that. So this is just general things going on the farm that we need to observe all every day. So what are the benefits of reproductive performance? If you are giving good reproduction performance, that means farmer will get higher milk yield of each day. Then fewer cows become excessively fat because they have failed to conceive. then less compulsory culling rate, then fewer cows with long dry period. So dry period and these things are totally depend on our breeding work. Reduce insemination and semen cost. Then heifer cowing at younger age. We need heifers to cow at, I mean, when heifer is 14 months old, she should be pregnant. That's particularly our criteria in this dairy farm, that heifer is more than 12 month age and 350 kg body weight is eligible for AI, and just until like in that 2 months period, maximum 2 months, especially like in heifers, we got 60% pregnant in first AI, and whatever remaining 40%, they just some heifers like 10% heifers, they need 2 AI again and again, maybe 4 times, 5 times. But still, we have to AI because the heifer is our young stock. We need to improve our genetics. We need to improve our next generation. That's why. So heifer should be cowing, all right. Increasing the number of cow produce, all right. More efficient feed utilization, more profit, less work and less worry. These things are like, and this one, I was talking about the heifers. 20 to 30% hard we need to replace every year. So for that, we need our heifers. Our heifer means good heifers, which are born on our farm and which are producing good because our cows are producing good. And that's why we are mating them with whatever bull sex semen or whatever we are hiding from the outside. So that's why 20 to 30% heifers we need to be on the farm to replace our herd, whatever. And 10% heifer, the 10% is our normal culling rate, and 5% they are not getting pregnant, even though they are normal, good, healthy, but still some cows are crazy, they never get pregnant. Even after 10 years. So in example, I would say, I got one cow in my dairy farm. She's giving still 50-liter milk every day, and she's got like 600 days in milk, and she's BPI index, that's the blood level something index, that's Australia genetics measurement, and she's number 1 in Australia. But the thing is, I cannot do anything for that cow because she is not getting pregnant after 12 AI. Some cows, even though they are healthy, then also they never get pregnant. Anyway, they are not our cows. Those cows, they are not getting pregnant after 6 or 7 years. Don't think about them because we got a lot of cows, other cows to focus and to get pregnant. So don't think much about such cows. And like in Indian condition, I would say differently. I would take it differently because in India, every cow is important for us, and we cannot cull cows. Lot of things. Like it's different situation compared to Australia in India, but we could treat them differently. Definitely, in Australia, we cannot spend much time, much money, much drugs on single cow because they got a lot of cows here. And another thing is price for milking cow and price for beef cow is the same. So any cow that's problematic or that's very sick or that's not getting pregnant, if I sell that cow, I will get the good cow in that price for milk purpose. And if I am selling that cow, she's going to beef purpose or other purposes, we don't know, different things. But the price of beef cow and price of milk cow is same. That's why these dairy farmers are very smart dairy farmers. They're what they are doing, they're just breeding their cows once, I mean seasonally, once a year or twice a year, depend on the season, which season they want to catch. So and whatever cows they are not getting in that season, like 20 to 40% cows, they're just selling them for beef purpose, and in that same money they are buying new cows. So these things are very common in Australian dairy farming, and these farmers are never been in loss, never they are going in loss. They are in loss because of water level. Like water is very costly here in India. We are getting almost free water, not free but almost like. But in Australia they are spending much more money on water than the feed, sometime like in summer stage, or than the like lot of things. All right. So we need some permanent record as well. So this permanent record means cow identification number, birth date, pedigree, sire, vaccination date, and calving date, lactation number, like everything. This is like one kind of Aadhaar card, one kind of passport for that particular cow. And we are recording this in the software. We got three different softwares. One software is just to analyze the data, and one software is to record the milk data. So we need to record these things. So breeding parameters, these are very important parameters. Like we should know as a reproduction man, or as a breeder, as a technician, we should know these things which are commonly used on dairy farm. So this is status. Status means like that's just what is my status. I'm vet, I'm doctor. That's the thing. Status means early means those cows, they are not been yet ready for AI. They are early cows. Ready means they are ready for, they have completed voluntary waiting period and they are ready for breeding, but they are not yet pregnant or they are not yet bred. That cows are ready. Bred cows means they are inseminated few days ago, but they are not yet preg-tested. So pregnant cows means they are confirmed pregnant, they are preg-tested by weight or they are preg-tested by scanner and they are pregnant. Then preg 1 means next preg test after 80 days pregnancy. Then preg 2 means 200 days pregnancy. Dry means she is pregnant more than 220, 230 days carry calf. And close up means she's going to be cow at any time. Open means she was bred, but she did not get pregnant. And ready means she was never get pregnant. I mean, she was never been bred. Sorry. So ready and open is almost same, but in open situation she was bred, and in ready situation she's never been bred. So these are, and they are same code for dairy industry. Some guys they are using ready, some softwares they are using okay open, some they are saying ready. And tubical means in future we don't want to milk this cow for next lactation, so we don't want to breed that cow in this lactation. Means in future she's going to be a cull. That's why we are calling tubical, tubical or DN. We do not breed. So other parameters are days in milk, days since last breed, means I did last how many days, whatever. And then DSLH means days since last heat, but I did not breed. All right, I mean, this is heat and this is breed. They are very good, very important parameters for breeders. So they should know that she was in heat 10 days ago, but I did not breed because I don't want to breed her. She was cystic and I just enroll her in the sync program, and she is now in the OverSync or whatever modern protocol. So DCC means days carry calf, repro means reproduction status. That's again here. And TBRD means total breeding time. I mean, how many time I that cow I bred. All right. So measures of reproductive efficiency, days to first service or voluntary waiting period. So what is voluntary waiting period? So the period which we are waiting, which we are giving chance to that cow to get a normal, like for inhalation of uterus or cleansing of uterus, or just like to come in the normal cycling. That's the voluntary waiting period. So once we complete this one, we are starting breeding. So voluntary waiting period should be less in low production cows and high in high producing cows. So if my herd is performing 41 liter per cow, so I can keep my voluntary waiting period little bit high. But some herds in Australia, like they are performing 30 liters, they can keep their voluntary waiting period low. So what is low and what is high? So I can keep it until 75 days maximum. And the low production cow farmers, they can keep it until the 52 days in milk. So these are the things, like it depend on the breeder. If we got good breeder and he is confident that he will get pregnant his cows within that stipulated time, then he should keep their voluntary waiting period more. Because like, you know, if you are breeding cows early, means early. No, that's not early. I mean, just this is just the criteria. Depend on the breeder. I mean, depend on the weight. Like weight, if weight have decided that I won't wanna breed that cows until 100 days in milk, then also he can do that. So it's depend on that. But our target is different. So I will go days open means that cows are not yet pregnant. You have been bred many time or whatever, but they are not pregnant. So average days open in the dairy farm should not be more than 115 days. For better, for like half a year program in India, we are like we got a lot of programs. But everyone, every dairy manager, every dairy farmer, every vet wants their cow to be cowed in once in a year. But if you want to manage that one, then your days open should be less than 115 days. So calving interval. Calving interval means first calving to the second calving. So interval means voluntary waiting period plus gestation period plus whatever AI breeding time period. And heat detection rate means how many cows they are eligible for AI and how many cows you AI. I mean, I got 100 cows on the farm. They are all ready and they are all eligible for AI. But I breed only 20 cows, means my heat detection rate is 20%. And I would say the remaining 80 cows, they did not come on heat in that 21 days period. That's why my heat detection rate is 20%. And that's correct. Yeah. So calving interval, heat detection, conception rate is how many cows we breed and how many cows they are pregnant. I mean, if I breed 100 cows and if I get 60 cows pregnant, means 60% my conception. Service per conception means how many I did to get that cow pregnant. So normally, so what is that? Where is that? Heat detection rate should be around 65 and conception rate should if we got like low producing cows, conception rate should be up, and if we got high producing cows, then conception rate should be. That's the science. We don't wanna discuss on that. So service per conception, it should not be more than 2.8 in high milking product, high genomic cows. I'm talking 2.8 means your conception should be close to the 40. So 40 and like 2.2 to 2.8 service per conception. And pregnancy rate is depend on the dairy farm, depend on the breeder, but it should not be less than 20% at any condition, at any weather, or at any semen, whatever semen you are using, whatever cows you got all old cows, then also it should not be less than 20%. Then only your farm is in profit. Practically, I'm talking like if your pregnancy rate is less than 20%, means you are struggling to get the cows pregnant. And we need to, there is a lot of improvement area in that situation. So average days in milk for the herd, it should be like 182, maximum 190 days at any month of the year. I mean, any time. It should not be like this is calving season, so my average herd days in milk are reduced, and I am better in better situation. But in future, you're gonna be like in trouble. So these days in average days in milk should be 172 to 190. All right. So optional voluntary waiting period, we have already discussed 13 months calving high producing cows, low producing cows 52 days in voluntary waiting period, high producing 72 days, 12-month calving interval, 13-month calving interval. In buffaloes, you can use this one. Yeah, and in first lactation cows maybe less than that, like this. These things are again and again. Calving interval is nothing but the days open plus gestation period divided by the, that's the calving interval. That's was the service per conception is number of services to get number of pregnant cows. These parameters are calculated on the herd basis, main thing. we should not calculate on the individual basis. So this hard basis. Days open is number of days between calving and conception, calculated on the hard basis. Conception rate, total number of cows pregnant, and total number of services we have given, or total number of EI we did, and calculated on the hard basis. Again, heat detection, that's important. Heat detection rate is also known as service rate, and percentage of eligible cows detected in the heat during the 21 days period. So heat detection rate, pregnancy rate, and conception rate, we are always calculated on 21 days period, especially pregnancy rate and heat detection rate. But conception rate is simple, just how many cows you bred and how many cows you got pregnant. That's the conception rate. But the pregnancy rate means heat detection rate into conception rate. We can calculate pregnancy rate by any way, like 2-3 things to calculate the pregnancy rate. But the most important thing is pregnancy rate means how many cows you got pregnant out of how many opportunities to get pregnant. Means I got 1,000 cows on the farm and I got only 400 cows pregnant, means my pregnancy rate is 40%, which is very good, which is extremely good. So pregnancy rate, total number of cows pregnant divided by total number of opportunity to get cow pregnant. Pregnancy rate can calculated by other ways like conception rate and service rate into. So this is my record. I would be really happy to show this record, but this one is old. I cannot share my new data as per the company's rule. So that's why I took whatever pictures, they are totally old. They are 2018 or 2017-19 pictures, not the recent one. Recently I'm performing better than this. So this is my annual average of pregnancy rate. That's 21 days pregnancy rate I'm talking just. So what is this 21 days pregnancy rate? I would show you now. So I got, for example, 534 cows eligible, breeding eligible, and I bred 365. Means out of this, I bred this. Means I bred 60% cows, 68%, sorry. So 68% was my heat detection rate. And pregnancy eligible and breeding eligible, there is little difference, 2 cows less. Means that 2 cows went to sick herd, or that 2 cows died, or they were sick or anything, but they are not in the program at the moment. That's why pregnancy eligible are 32 and breeding eligible were 34, 534. And I got 158 pregnant out of 532, means 158 divided by 365 is my conception rate, and 158 divided by 532 is my pregnancy rate, which is 30%. And out of that 30%, 15 cows were aborted. So out of 158, 15 cows were aborted. What is the reason for abortion? I'm practicing my cows on day 32 to day 38. So if I breed, like we are doing work on one day, especially one day, but we are taking cows of that weekly basis. So days in milk, like if I am taking cows on the sync program, so I am selecting cows from 53 days in milk to 59 days in milk, like 7 days cows. So that's why I'm talking, where was, yeah. So if I'm practicing cows from 32 days carry calf, I mean 32 days DSLB to 38 days DSLB. So these cows I'm practicing, but at some places, or when I was in India, I was practicing 42 to 48 days cows. So that 10 days are reduced here, and early abortion rate is very high in that early stage, means that 30 to 40 days. But I'm not talking about these all early abortion. Some of them, they are late stage abortion. Some of them, like practitioner gave wrong cows pregnant, or these all things. But good thing is that I catch them It doesn't matter they were pregnant or they were aborted or whatever. I catch them, I breed them again in next time, next cycle. That's our, like, we have to do that way, because if we wanna reduce the average days in milk of the herd and days open of the herd plus average calving interval period of the herd, then these parameters are really important. This is our next topic, body condition score. Body condition score describe the relative fatness or skinness, a body condition of the cow herd through the use of 5 points. In Australia, they are using 8 points, but in US or in India, we are using 5 points. Here is some data about the, I mean, this is standard BCS goal. Our herd should be like that. Like during calving and during dry, the BCS should be 3.5. In early lactation means 1 to 30 days in milk. These are the days in milk. It should be around 3, minimum this one, maximum that one. And peak milk is 31 to 100. Generally 85 days is average peak milk for my dairy farm. So it should be 0.5 less than the normal. And mid lactation should be normal. Then late lactation is little fatty. And then again in dry up time, it should be same like this. So it's 3.5. 3.5 is not too fat, not too thin, not too skinny. So 3.5 is ideal BCS of every cow, like any cow, breeding cow or beef cow, whatever, any cow, that's the ideal BCS. Beef cows probably they are fatty, bulging, maybe 5 out of 5. So this is criteria. This is our cow. Our cow should be like this, not like this, and we don't want fatty cows too. So in our dairy farm, especially if we are working on like 500 or more cows in Indian condition, then if we got cows like this fatty, then and then also they are open, then we cannot do anything of that cow. We cannot even sold that one for beef purpose, or like there are a lot of problems with, and they will never get pregnant. So these cows, we should avoid them to getting fatty. So if we could control them here, if they are getting fatty, then keep them on hay. Don't give them too energy or proteinous food. Or but if cows are skinny, cows are thin, cows are normal, they are getting pregnant easily. And I'm just recording my my record. This is my farm's record. When I'm doing AI, I'm just recording the BCS. Some people they are just recording BCS during preg test, but preg test and AI is like 32 days gap. So I like to record their BCS during AI. So during AI, all pregnant cows in January, all means out of 3,000, I'm getting 10% pregnancy. So whatever, 300 cows, their BCS were 3 in February. So in every month, I did not include the all data because we don't want to go in the research. We want to go in the practice. That's what I'm thinking always. So every cow is around 3. You can see, and it happens average. So this is 2018 data, not the recent one. Average USBS BCS for first AI in pregnant cows. So like first AI, like this one, because their days in milk is less and they are in peak lactation, and we need peak lactation BCS is 2.75. So that's not bad record. We need to keep our cows like that. If our cows are more fatty, then it's big trouble for breeder to get pregnant. So selection of right cow, this is practical. I mean, this one is very important slide of that all presentation, I would say, because I've been here for 4 years and I have bred more than 16,000 cows on that platform. I did AI. So not only AI, I'm practicing that cows 3 times, plus I am doing AI and everything like data recording, data entry, and because I'm working 12 hours a day, which is very hard to work. Today also I work 12 hours. I come from the work and take rest for 1 hour, coffee, and then it's good to join here. And I'm very happy today to share my data or share my experience, because we are expecting the dairy industry should be developed more than the Australia. That's what my thinking is. In future, our dairy industry will be different than the Australia, because in Australia we are number one in milk production anyway, but still our ways, our cows, our genetics, our policies, our government, like lot of trouble. And that's the reason we got potential. Like I'm Indian, I'm just working for other countries because we don't have much potential at the moment in India. Like, and a lot of heads they are working outside. uh, but we would, everyone loves to work in their like basic country. So we'll come back on topic, sorry. uh, so how I can select the right cow for AI? I got heaps of cows on heat, heaps of cows they are mounting and standing. I don't know which cow is good for AI, and I don't know which cow is bad for AI. What cow I need to check? So if especially what I'm doing the weekly basis, this is the breeding work weekly basis. Every day you have to do separate different work. Like on Tuesday, if you are enrolling cows in the sync program, then Friday you are breeding them. Like Tuesday enroll them, I will see that one in next slides. But so, so the external parameters to select the cow is normal cyclic, means 18 to 24 days uh, after the first cycle is the normal cycle. Then again sync. In sync you can breed any cow. Sync is like always fixed time insemination we are doing on dairy farming. It's not like giving just GnRH and PG and detect and AI. That's just rubbish thing, just wasting of time, wasting of money, drug, everything. And sync, we have to breed every cow, whether she's cystic or whatever. We need to breed every cow in sync program. That's why I have included this one. Off cycle means long cycle and short cycle. Long cycle means what? 32 days before I did AI, and today she is in heat. So I have to check that cow, whether she is pregnant or not, or cystic or persistent CL, or anything. Like, and short cycle means she's been bred few days ago, less than 18 days, and she's in heat again today. That cow, I cannot say that's normal. I mean, that's always cystic. That's 90% chances to be cystic. That's my personal experience. Maybe different places, different experience, different cows, different heart, different nutrition. It depend on that. But short cycle cows, mostly they are cystic everywhere. I read a lot of articles, so a lot of references as well. They are always cystic. So CIR means cull if repeat. That's the last chance for that cow for AI. So my criteria is I'm doing 7 AI maximum in cow, and their days in milk should be less than 300. And that's in worst scenario, not in the normal things. So last things, what kind of chances we can give to our cows to get pregnant, because our cows are performing well in production. So how they can perform on at same time in reproduction? So either production or reproduction. So that's what the, if your cow is performing well, she's high milker, she's giving good milk, that means very high digestion, and at same time our hormones are digesting in the liver very fast, and that's why they are not performing in the reproduction. So that's why we need to give chance to cow. So we need to check the such cows, do not breed them, check them specially why she is not getting pregnant after 7 AI, after 6 AI. So what is the reason? She's cystic, she is normal, whatever, uterine problem or anything. Time of stress from the onset means that cow started in heat at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I have started work at 6 o'clock in the morning. means she had done only 1 hour. I cannot breed that cow. Just keep that cow for tomorrow. We cannot breed the early cows. So what is early, late, very late, and timely? I mean, these are the, like, our cows showing heat from 0 hours to 30 hours. And so actual standing and mounting hours are variable. It's depend on the cows again, and depend on the lactation as well. So it's variable. In heifers, I saw many times heifers, they are showing 18 hours very strong heat. And in cows, some cows are like 6 hours, some cows are 18 hours. So 6 to 18 hours. That's like very long gap between the cows. It's depend on the cows. So cows, they are timely means she is more than 8 hours, but less than 30 hours. So we'll discuss that on later. What is timely, what is late, what is very late. So if cow is like 30 hours before she was on heat, and I'm just breeding now on 31st hour, that's that's like weird. We cannot breed the cow in very late stage, because she will be blood off. She is already ovulated. So we'll never breed the ovulated cows. Or if it's blood off, never breed them. We'll see here. So internal parameters, as a vet or as a technician, as a breeder, I would say these three parameters are very important. First is body of the uterus or horns. You need to check whether cow is pregnant, or whether uh, uterine adhesions or horn is get stuck somewhere, or these things you need to check first time. Then any pregnancy, tone of the horn, any other extra things like that. And then discharge, how I can check the discharge? That's very important question, because if cow is in heat, discharge is there always, 100% time, 100 time discharge is there. But only technique is we need to pull that discharge out. So what is the technique? Technique is just press the cervix, press close to the cervix, and back crack the internal vagina. I mean, just put your hand in the rectum, press it gently on the cervix. For example, this is cervix. Press the cervix, like close the opening inside, going inside the uterus. Close it, press it, and back crack it, and pull the discharge out. You will find the discharge definitely. I mean, always. I saw like few cows, like point some percentage cows, they never get discharge. But in dairy farming, in the HF cows, there's a lot of like discharge in the uterus. So we need to learn that technique, how to pull the discharge out. So discharge is giving us a lot of information. Like earlier I said, cow was pregnant 32 days, but some technician, they are still doing AI. So in Australia, I saw especially this technician, they're just doing AI. Their job is to do AI. So they are doing AI. Pregnant cows, they are breeding. Any cows, they are not fit, but they are still breeding. That's because of lack of knowledge, lack of information. So we need to take discharge out in such cows, so we can confirm that she is not pregnant. Either I can breed, or I can skip for next seed, or I can sink her at same day or same week, like that. And another thing is ovarian findings. Very important topic. Very important as a vet. If some breeders, they are struggling to get cows pregnant, and they don't know how to check the ovaries, they don't know the growing follicles, they don't know the ovulated follicles, they don't know the follicles and CL, like this. Like especially when we are implanting the embryo, we are checking the follicle. If follicle is there, we are just going in the other horn and then implanting. So we don't need follicle on that ovary to implant the embryo. Like we are implanting it in the horn, and that gun should not be bloody. I mean, blood should not become. Then only we are implanting. For that, or for AI, just some people, they are breeding horn breed, and some they are body breed. So what is body breed and horn? Some people, they are depositing semen in the horn, half 50-50%, and some people, they are depositing all semen in the body of uterus, in the mainstream. So the horn breed, they should go inside, they should handle everything. they should handle the ovaries. If follicle is on right ovary and hornbreed guy is breeding that on the left ovary, she will never get pregnant, because sex semen is very fragile. Again,
Netke
I am
sir.
talking.
Netke sir.
Yes.
Please be fast because it's already 6:30. Another
Sorry,
speaker.
sir. Sorry.
So important
Sorry.
thing, kindly
Yeah.
cover.
Yes. Yes. So during actually AI technique, so hygiene is very important. Time, like we discussed already, deposition site should be body of the uterus, should be in the main strip, and say fourth one is the slow deposition. If you are shooting the semen inside while AIing, that's very hard to get cows pregnant, because it's going on the wall of the uterus, and just that semen is taking a lot of time to come in the mainstream, and sperms are swinging inside uh, the discharge. They are always moving against the stream, so like fish. So we should be on the slow deposition at right side. That's my old dairy. This girl is working as a AI technician here. See how she's safety, like shoes. We need, as a technician, we need all safeties for us, for cows, because they are, these all cows, they are locked, and we are just AIing them from behind, and the cow can kick you at any time. So that's important for our safety, for cow safety, plus hygiene, gloves, this paper towel, everything should be with you. So then only we can breed. Plus chalk. So after the AI, we are writing date. You can see here, date. And these are all AI cows. So this is AI tank, different semen, different tank. This is thawing plus 36 degrees Celsius. In Australia, we are using 36 degrees Celsius maximum for 45 seconds. It's depend on the country. Like in Saudi Arabia, they are using might be less than that, because they are always warm. Their weather is always hot. But in Australia is always cold, so 36 is enough. It should not be more than that. Otherwise, semen will definitely boil, and you will never get cows pregnant. Like, your conception will be like different, whatever you are expecting. This is gun warmer. Just keep your gun always warm, because this country is always cold. So we are keeping them in warm, and this is sheath. So I'm just putting sheath inside, then semen inside, and then gun. So some people reverse. So these are the cows. My voluntary waiting period is 52 days, and these are the, so this trip means we breed them in sync program. So I am giving first PG. Then whatever they are coming on heat, we are breeding. Then whatever they are not coming on heat in that particular time, then we are taking them in a sync, and they are all in sync program. So these all strip, they are in sync program, and these all, they are standing breeding. I mean, on PG, we are just detecting the heat and then breeding them. These cows here, they are extra days in milk, but they are breed on late, means they are new cows we have purchased, and some cows they are here, there just might be in sick herd or somewhere else, missing cows. So semen selection is depend on the herd. You could select conventional semen 40%, sex semen 40%, 20% beef semen, but not in India. Group wise in cows, we could go for first two lactations and first two services with sex semen. In heifers, first three services with sex semen, fourth one conventional, and then calf. In heifers, don't need to give more chances. If she's not getting pregnant after fourth AI, then we don't want to breed such heifers, or we don't want to carry such genetics for future. It depends on the lactation also. If your cows are old, then you cannot use the sex semen, because we are not sure what time cows are ovulating, or sometime old cows are getting like trouble to get pregnant. This is the sync program which I am using, very efficient program. So 0 days in milk, we are just calving cows. Then first PG on 39 to 46 days in milk. Then they are coming on heat, but we are not breeding them. That PG is for cleaning purpose. This PG 52 to 58 days in milk, we are breeding cows on that PG. If they are not coming on heat here also, then we are taking them in sync program. So what sync program we are using is GNRS, That's the 72 hours 2x PG program, which is very good and efficient. Like I was doing normal washing in 2017 and 18, I was getting like 36% consumption, but we have started this program in 2020 and now running in 21, and I'm more than 41 now. So like 3% consumption increase because of this protocol. In this protocol, only one injection is extra. That's day 8 is PG. So 0-day GnRH, 7th day PG, that's the normal washing. Then 8th day PG, day 9 GnRH, and day 10 AI. And they should be on same time, like 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and AI. And then 32 days later, just PD. That's the normal washing protocol. But day 8, I'm using extra PG. And that's giving us better results. So because we are regressing all the CL, whatever they are, like in that 24 hours. So this is seeding program for high yielding cows, the same one. If cows are getting, like we are practicing cows, if she's empty, then seeding program. So put the seeder inside, give the GnRH. If she's cystic, 2 ml double dose GnRH, then pull the seeder out on 7th day, then PG, 8th day PG, then GnRH, then AI. The same as our. So selection heifers, selection of heifers for breeding purpose. Mainly they should not be more in one group. Another thing is put them cow manager or stickers or whatever heat detection aid. Then age should be more than 1 year. Height should be 120 centimeters and more. Weight should be more. Then PG, give them PG all whatever they are coming on heat, just breed them. And breed them, practice them after 32 days. If they are empty, then use the 5-day seeding program, which is very effective in the heifer. Just 2 more minutes, sir. Just seeder in, then GnRH, and then PG on day 5th instead of day 7th. We are just saving 2 days here. Then day 6 PG, then day 7th nothing. Day 8 GnRH and AI. This, and then practiced again 32 days later. So this is Pulsley who discovered the washing, and now we are here. 2x PG we are using. I am using G6G program as well in the different group. We don't want to discuss that one now. And resync, that's the open cows we are getting. So we are using 2x PG with resync. So I am here now. So this is double washing program. So GnRH PG GnRH, that's one washing. GnRH PG PG GnRH and AI, that's the second. That's why I call double washing program. So high yielding cows we are using this one specially. Then difference in timed insemination, I mean timely insemination on 8 hours and on 4 hours. I mean first GnRH to the AI 24 hours, and second GnRH to the AI 16 hours. Like this is the difference. You could take the screenshot of this slide. This is important slide as a reproduction guide. This is 5-day seeding program. Some other points we don't need to discuss. Conclusion: improving reproductive performance increases profitability, but strict management and well-balanced nutrition strong. All right, thank you very much. Sorry, extremely sorry, I could not manage the time. I said, respected Dr. Ingawale sir, that I need minimum 2 hours to discuss, or just I cannot discuss one-to-one, just I'm feeling something. Because I'm not sorry, I'm not teacher, sir. I'm just practically working one simple veterinarian. So
Thank you.
so much.
Netake sir, for your exhaustive, elaborative presentation and a practical aspect of the reproduction. As you are working as a reproduction manager in the high-yielding dairy farm, your some of the modified protocols may be more useful to the field veterinarians as well as researcher to implement in Indian scenario also. My motto to keep your presentation is how the high yielding farms they are managed in developed countries, because most of the vets, even the students, they are very curious about the management, reproductive management of the high-yielding animals in the developed countries. So thank you. As the time is constrained, I will not take questions for the same. But on behalf of the organizing committee, I am very much thankful for your gracious presence. It's almost 11 p.m. in Australia, and you are presenting from there, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now the most kindly nice your screen, sir. The second important lecture, which will be delivered by Dr. Mrigank Honparkhe, sir. Now, sir is the principal scientist working in the discipline of the animal reproduction, gynecology, and obstetrics, College of Veterinary Science, GADVASU, Ludhiana, Punjab. Now, most of the veterinarians, even students, personally by name knows Dr. Honparkhe, sir, and he is one of the legend expertise in the reproductive ultrasonography in the bovines, especially in the buffaloes. Now, I request my colleague Dr. Deshmukh sir to read sir's qualification and experiences before presentation. So, Dr. Deshmukh, please.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, all of you. Our next eminent speaker is Dr. Mrigank Honparkhe, sir, principal scientist, working as a principal scientist, Department of Animal Reproduction, Gynecology and Obstetrics, College of Veterinary Science, GADVASU, Ludhiana. Dr. Honparkhe, sir, did his PhD from Ludhiana, Punjab, India, and he did his master's degree from Ludhiana, and he has completed his graduation from College of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry, Mahu. Dr. Honparkhe sir handled various research projects. He handled a research project as a principal investigator of UGC, NAFCC, and RKVY. As a co-PI, he has handled the various projects from different funding agencies like DBT, DST, ICR, RKVY, and ASC. Total 12 projects he has handled as a co-PI. He was worked as a nodal officer, PMTS, NAHEP, IDP project, ICR New Delhi. He has received various awards and honors like Best Young Scientist Award, HISAR, Indian Society for Study of Animal Reproduction in the year 2002, 2006, and 2008. Professor Niels Lagerlof Award in 2011 and 2015. Canadian Commonwealth Scholarship Award in 2010 and by Canadian Bureau of the International Education. Professor Yancy Sharma Memorial Award in year 2011. Best Oral Presentation by PhD Student Award in year 2012. Reproductive Science and Medical Research Symposium, University of Saskatchewan, SK, Canada. He has received first prize for a poster presentation in year 2012. He got appreciation certificate by GADVASU for external research funding. And Dr. Honparkhe sir having publications more than near about 135, out of which 22 was of international journal and near about 104 research publications in national journal. Clinical reports 43, extension article 41, lead papers published 8, invited paper presented and published in training courses 45. He wrote some books and compendium near about 6 and manuals near about 8. May I request Dr. Honparkhe sir, please deliver his lecture to our participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Deshmukh, for introducing me to the August gathering. So I must share with the screen.
Please.
Is this visible to all?
Yes, sir.
Kindly make slide.
Kindly make a slideshow, sir.
Yeah.
It is visible, sir. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it is in slideshow mode. So I would like to say that the topic given to me is one of the favorite topics of me, reproductive ultrasonography, as I have been working on this particular technology since for the last 22 years. I mean, when I started my career, academic career, since then I am using this, and believe me, more you use this technology, more you love this. So it's my request, or it's my appeal that every veterinarian should use this technology as and when he get the chance to use it. So when I was using it, it was just an institutional method available in institute only. But now I can witness that this technology is available with civil veterinary hospitals and some polyclinics, not only in Punjab, and I can see everywhere, almost all other states, veterinary hospitals, they are having this machine. So I appeal all the veterinarians to use this. Don't hesitate to use this technique, because sometimes I see that machine is only kept somewhere, but they are not using. But I hope that after getting knowledge from this particular lecture, people start using this technology and they will be benefited out of this. So this is my topic, application of ultrasonography in reproductive management of dairy animals. So this is something about the outline. I would be covering basics, little bit basic, not much elaborative. Then ultrasonographic characteristics of normal ovarian structures, then tubular genitalia, then something related with clinical conditions, particularly to ovarian structures, then early pregnancy diagnosis, fetal aging, and fetal sexing. So these are basically the applications, common applications that a field veterinarian or anybody can use this for this particular purposes. So I will be discussing all those, and I have having some good videos for these. So I will be sharing those too. So the word ultrasound, it's not new. It is already available in the nature. Because some bats and some fishes, they are using this technique, using these waves to determine their direction, how to move and where to move. They can do by this. So it is very much available in the nature, but the machine, the technique was available to the veterinary community in 1980s. So earlier it was noticed that machines were very, very big in shape and size. Later on, people started thinking about its portability, and somewhere in 1990s, some portable machines were there. But all these machines were fixed, means electricity operated machines were there, and those to be kept at particular pace, means for using these machines, animal has to move from its place. But later on, somewhere 2000, people started thinking that why to move animal, better to move machine from animal to animal rather than moving the animals from its place. So people started thinking about battery backups and some uh, handy machines for using this technique. So nowadays battery backup machines and battery operated machines are very much available in India. So people are using it. So something about what do you mean by ultrasound? So this is basically sound and sound waves, and which are basically within the range of 20 to 20,000 hertz, which we can use, we can perceive, but ultrasound waves are having more than 20,000 hertz. So this is the difference of audible sound and ultrasound waves. I mean, ultrasound waves are having more frequency as compared to the audible sound, and this is something about the differences. Means for audible sound, medium is air, whereas for diagnostic ultrasound, medium is tissue. So these are some differences for audible sound and uh, diagnostic ultrasound. So something regarding its principle, because each and every machine is having two important parts. One is monitor and the other one is a transducer or probe. So the most sensitive part of machine is this probe or transducer, that contains some crystals, and when we provide high alternate voltage to these crystals, there is expansion and contraction of these crystals, and thereby there is a generation of mechanical waves, and those mechanical waves are nothing but ultrasound waves, and they strike on the tissue, and depending upon the density or depending upon the texture of the tissue, either they propagate or they reflect back, and again received by the probe. So probe is working as a dual purpose, means the same probe is producing ultrasound waves and same is receiving back, and then converted to electric impulses, and we can find the image on the screen as a echogenic dot. So this is in nutshell about the principle. For a veterinarian or for a gynecologist, we are having 3 scanning approaches. Basically, first is rectal, transrectal approach, then transabdominal, and then transvaginal. So for reproductive ultrasonography in large animal, we particularly use this approach, and for small animals and small ruminants, we generally use this transabdominal approach, and this is for some sophisticated purposes, like if you want to pick up ova, like generally embryo transfer lab, and if there is any lab for ETT, so that we use this transvaginal approach to pick up the to aspirate the follicle and to get the ova from a live animal. Instead of getting it from slaughterhouse material, we can get it from from live animals. So these are 3 approaches, and commonly that we use at field practice for reproductive purposes is transrectal scanning for large animals. So this is the precautions and the method, the similar, almost similar thing that we use for rectal palpation. You need to take care of those restraining and removal and all that, removal of fecal material. So these are 3 approaches that we use. Then the most important thing is the image interpretation, how to interpret image, because when you get an image on the screen, there are many things around, and you need to discard all the artifacts and all the issues which are not of your interest. You need to consider on the structure which you want to see and which are of your interest. So here one image is there, and people can interpret like anything, like any way. Somebody say this is some model art or some, but here you can see these 2 pictures are there. Somebody can see this is river bank and a dry tree is there, but when you go for critical examination, it look like a baby in a womb. Similarly here, it's an old man drinking some water or something, some liquid, and if you critically analyze, you can find some sculpture. So this is what I mean to say. You need to critically analyze the image, and then you can interpret the things. So for interpretation of ultrasonogram, the basic things are that depends on tissue interaction. Means depending upon, as I told earlier, that depending upon the texture, depending upon the density of the tissue, there will be reflection of the waves, because these are generally echoes. So if there is any bone or any air filled space, then there will be 100% reflection, and the image will be hyperechoic. Hyperechoic means image will be image will be more whitish, and when any structure which is having fluid filled cavity, means any structure like follicle, cyst, or bladder that is having some fluid inside, definitely. So in such a structure, 100% sound waves pass through it. So there will be no echo. So no echo means no, that image is anechoic or non-echoic, and that will be appearing as a black. So hyperechoic will be appearing as white, non-echoic will be appearing as black. Not all the tissues are hard as bone, and not all the tissues are having, or organs are having fluids. So in between the things, between white and black, there is soft tissue, and there is the image will be hypoechoic, means grayish image will be there, grayish dots will be there. This is image of one CL. So you can using these three terms and using the appearance of the image, whether it is hyperechoic, non-echoic, or hypoechoic, you can interpret the things. Then something about color Doppler, which is in nowadays it is very much popular, and it is very much useful as far as the diagnostic capabilities are concerned, or if we compare B mode with color Doppler, it is really more advanced, and this is something about its principle. Means we generally see the color flow of that particular structure, means we generally see the blood flow and flow pattern for particular structure. So I won't discuss in much detail. So apart from this applications of ultrasound, we generally divided two parts. We can apply it for clinical purposes, we can apply it for research purposes. If it is for clinical purpose, then specifically we go for diagnostics. So if you want to go for diagnostics, certainly the technique is very much useful. Yesterday I was listening lecture by Dr. Beg, and he was also saying something about follicular wave emergence and how to manipulate the dynamics, and that is only possible with the application of this ultrasound. And these I have enlisted many things here, and those are really we can be benefited by using this ultrasonography. And if you are using it for research purposes, then these are the topics, these are the main areas where you can use the ultrasound. Now if I talk about normal ovarian structure, the first thing is follicle. Follicle and CL are very much available on the ovary. In any stage you can find it. So if I say about follicle, it is appearing as a dark anechoic structure, black structure. Anecho means because it is having fluid in it. So any fluid, as I told earlier, any fluid filled cavity, that will be appearing as black structure. So here you can appreciate the follicle is right here, and it is black and having defined a smooth line boundary. So advantage of ultrasound is you can, if you go for, no doubt the rectal palpation is a conventional method and easy to use, but using ultrasound you can diagnose the follicles which are less than 5 mm as well. So manual diagnosis by rectal palpation is good for more than is good for more than 10 mm, but not for less than 10 mm. So you can see follicle. I would like to show you some video here. You can see I'm imaging scanning one ovary. So these are different size follicle available on the ovary, some big, some small. So likewise, if we go for some research point of view, then we go for follicular dynamics, then we count the number of follicles. And for clinical purposes, we generally want to know which one is the dominant one and ovulatory one. So this is the image of color Doppler. You can see various follicle here having some blood supply. This follicle is also having blood supply here also. But you can see this follicle and this follicle, they are very big follicle, but yet they are not having that much blood supply. So sometimes what happens, B mode ultrasonography, you may get confused with B mode. That follicle is, anybody can see and say, yes, this is ovulatory follicle, the size is same. But at the same time, when you go for color Doppler, you will get that no supply is there, means within few days or within coming days, this follicle is going to be atretic one. Means this follicle will not be there for longer duration. So that will be atretic one. So this is the beauty of this color Doppler. Here you can easily make out that if say for example, if one ovary is having this size follicle, other is having this, and you don't know which one is going to ovulate, so then certainly you can use this color Doppler mode and you can find out, yes, this follicle is having more blood supply So this will be the ovulatory one. The other one which is not having supply, that will be atretic. Then about corpus luteum, another most important structure available on the ovary. If it is early, we call it corpus hemorrhagicum. It is appeared as grayish black, whereas mature CL will be grayish granular with homogeneous spread, and corpus albicans is regressing one, and it is really difficult to diagnose this one and this one, but with due experience you can make out that which one is corpus hemorrhagicum and which one is corpus albicans. But certainly if it is mature CL, you can get it on the screen. There won't be much problem for that. So here are some images for mature CL. You can see this is grayish granular structure. This is CL, and beside this you can find out. You can see this follicle. So you can compare the ecogenicity of follicle and ecogenicity of CL. So, and this is slaughterhouse material having CL with cavity, a small cavity. This is normal physiological structure. It is not an abnormal structure producing progesterone as good as the fully luteinized CL. If you are getting this image, there is nothing abnormal in this. So this is CL with a small cavity, and then one follicle is here. So here I would like to show you video. So you can see this is CL and follicle together. So this CL, and then in another image you can get this follicle. So CL and follicle together. Then one more video is there. These are videos from buffalo. I was working on buffalo, and then I got some good images and videos. So you can see this CL is right there, and we can also measure it. This cursor is using this caliper or inbuilt calipers. We can measure the size of corpus luteum. So this is how you can differentiate between CL and follicle. Now coming to color Doppler images, so you can see in normal cyclic animal blood supply. You can see the blood supply. This is all CL and having very good blood supply over here on day 10. The same animal after AI, day 25 post AI, the same CL is there, but having much more supply. So that is indicative of that animal is not coming in cycle, and you can again re-examine this case on day 40 and 45 to confirm the presence of fetus. You can confirm the fetal presence even early, 30 to 35 days. So there are some common clinical conditions that can be diagnosed through scanning. So basically you all come across with these conditions: anistrus, repeat bleeding due to hormonal aberrations, and puberty status. So all these conditions, you can scan the ovaries, and if you are getting this kind of images, very small follicles, and sometimes you may get, if it is a case of silent estrus, you may get some CL presence over there, and then if it is the case of repeat bleeding, different types of images you can, depending upon the presence of structure, you can get there some CL, some big follicle, but those are non-ovulatory one. So depending upon the situation, you can plan for hormonal protocols. In previous lecture, Dr. Netake was discussing something about synchronizations, and apart from those synchronization protocol, there are these are the protocols that we are using and getting success here. So you can plan all these depending upon the economicity of the farmer and depending upon availability of the hormones, you can use any of these hormones. Then something about ovarian cysts. So even yesterday's lecture, Dr. Beg was telling about ovarian cysts. So this is image of cyst, because we define cyst as if it is structure having more than fluid filled structure having more than 20 mm diameter, and if it is persisting for more than 10 days, then definitely that is a case of cyst. So the problem comes when we want to compare follicular cyst with luteal cyst. Sometimes what happens, the luteal cysts are not properly luteinized, so they are not having fluctuating consistency and not even hard, so that much hard. So it is sometimes very difficult to differentiate it. But anyway, nowadays there is no problem, because even if it is a follicular cyst or luteal cyst, if you don't know about the nature of cyst, simply you can go for progesterone based protocols. There are many other, but these are the best one. Progesterone based protocols are best, and in sonograms you can compare this ball thickness and the consistency. You can see it is all black structure, follicular cyst, whereas luteal cyst is also having some anechoic part, but having some striations and some you can see them trabecules. So this means the luteinization part is there. This particular part is luteinized. So wall thickness is also more as compared to follicular cyst. I would like to show some video here for follicular cyst. You know that follicular cysts are always multiple in nature. So you can see multiple, this is having tendency, or you can, when you measure it, you will get the same more than 20 mm. So here, when I measured it, I got size here 2.76 centimeter, means it is 27.6 mm. So definitely it is the criteria, and it is fulfilling the criteria for having a cyst. So apart from hormonal treatment, there is one more approach that we people are using here, and that is ablation technique. No doubt it is institutional method, but if you are getting the cases ovarian cyst suffering from 6 months to 2 years, means prolonged cases means everybody has done the hormonal protocol, and every approach you have already done, and then animal is not responding, then you can think about this transvaginal approach, ablation approach. So as yet we have done, one of my student has done this work. So we compared ablation with the cedar based dosing, and each group 20. So this much was the success rate. No doubt success rate is just 30% with respect to first service conception rate here, because we have not used any hormone here, and in this you have controlled everything with the hormones. So definitely the service rate, conception rate, first service conception rate will be more. But you can think about this also, because without using any hormone, it is only problem is you need to shift the animal to the institute, or we have used it at field level. My student has done it at field level, but only the problem is limitation of availability of the technique. So yesterday Dr. Beg was trying to show some ablation videos. I am having some ablation video here, so I would like to show you those video here. So not for the cyst, but for follicle. You can see this follicle is right here, and this we want to ablate. So I little forward it, and now actually when we use this approach, we use some transvaginal probe, ultrasound probe, and the needle guide is right there. You can concentrate here. Here you can see the needle is coming. This needle is coming. And then again, animal has strained a lot, and then I had to remove this. And then again, I am trying to fix this follicle right here. And then just see here, needle will be coming at the end here. And we use some negative pressure. See the needle is coming. This highly echogenic tip is coming. That is this needle, and we have aspirated the follicle right here with the use of some syringe or some vacuum pressure. So this is how we do ablation. This is the same technique we can use for ablation of cyst. Then here is a video of super stimulated ovary. People from ETT lab, they usually use super stimulation, exogenous FSH they give, and you can see the response. Multiple follicles are there, so you can even count those. And I mean, the beauty of this technique, you can see the response of your treatment at any step. Then following this super stimulation, following ovulation, you got multiple CL here, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can even count them, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is in respect of with respect to see the response of your treatment. So not only for super stimulation or super ovulation, if you are using any synchronization protocol, you can always use the technique for observing the success, how much your treatment is successful. You can always use this. Then something about tubular genitalia, that was about ovarian structures. And now for tubular genitalia, we generally use linear probes, linear transrectal probes, and there can be two methods, controlled method or palming method. So it's all depend on your choice, which one you want to prefer. But some people use, because on the probe you can get finger rest, space for finger rest. In other one you can use whole palm. So depending upon your choice, which one is okay, which one is suit for you, then you can use it. So this probe is working as a knife. If you place it longitudinally, then the structure will be, the section will be longitudinal. If you place it horizontally or little transverse, then the section will be transverse section. Like here in this, it is longitudinal section. So this is coiling of the horn. You can see here also, this is part of genitalia, tubular genitalia, and coming here. So this is tip of the horn. So the way you place it, you get the image. If you place it, if you place the probe like this way, so the transverse section, the cross section, you can get here, and this is black line. You can appreciate that is lumen, and following to this lumen, there is endometrium, and then myometrium clearly visible, and some vascular portion. So if there is anything abnormal in this, you can easily visualize that. Here is the picture where I have kept this probe transversely at the point of bifurcation. So this is one horn and this is other horn, and we are getting this cross-sectional image simultaneously for both the horns. Then we are more concerned about early pregnancy diagnosis. So you can see this is image of this much 30-day gestation. So fetus, this is tip of horn. The black is fetal fluid, and this is fetus. Here again, this is in cattle and this is in buffalo. So you can visualize it is tip of horn, and a highly echogenic conceptus is right there. So this 1, 2, and 3. This is embryo and then fluids and then uterus. So this can be visible 32 days. And then I would like to show you some video for this as well. So because it is 32 day, it is difficult to place the fetus in your image. So, but I am trying to do it, this. You can see the fluid is right there, and in between fetal part is coming. You cannot recognize its parts because gestation is too less, but you can see the image here, and yes, some highly echogenic part. So that is yeah, somewhere here is the fetus, the fetus. So this is 32-day gestation. Then as the pregnancy advances, means just 10 days later, 1 week later or 10 days later, you will see amniotic sac, and fetus is right there, conceptus is right there, and this is allantoic fluid. So I would like to show you video for this as well. So you can see fluid pockets are available. So this is first indication when you place the probe on the uterus and you are getting many fluid pockets. So that is indicative of pregnancy. But you cannot believe on the only on the presence of fluid. You need to find out the presence of fetus. So why I am saying so, because sometimes early embryonic losses are there and you may get confused. So unless you confirm about the presence of fluid, presence of fetus, you can't say this animal is pregnant. So you can see here in this image fluid, and just concentrate here. You can see a very good conceptus is coming, but still I am trying to getting a better view of it. See here. See now the concept, now the embryo is, this is available here. You can see even heartbeat you can appreciate, and some fetal movement flickering is here, and that is heartbeat. And you can see now I am very much sure once you get this, yes, you can see the fetal movement as well. So once you see that, that is more confirmatory. So you cannot believe only on presence of fluid unless you get the presence of fetus right there. So try to, and it is not that difficult. You can easily visualize it, but you will have to have some patience. And in the same animal, when it is 50 day, the things will be even better. You can see in previous video I was a little bit I was doing efforts, but in this it is just effortless. I kept the probe on the uterus, and then I got the image. Similarly here, when the 60-day gestation is there, you can see, even you can appreciate the things, vertebral column, sometimes rib cage as well. So the things will be more easier for you to visualize as the pregnancy advances. And see, the rib cage is right there, and then rib cage is coming, and then vertebral column is coming. So this is how you can visualize the concept as fetus. You can see, so 60 day. Then 3-month gestation situation will be more advanced, and now you can appreciate the presence of cotyledons. And this is image rib cage, vertebral column, rib cage, vertebral column here, and rib cage here. So all these things are very much visible as the pregnancy advances. Then at the 4.5-month gestation, there will be appearance of multiple cotyledons. Group of cotyledons will be there. So that is indicative of pregnancy. Now something about fetal aging, because sometimes you don't know, or farmers come to you that he doesn't know about the gestation age. So nowadays machines are there, and those machines are having inbuilt formulas, and you simply calculate the tentative gestation length. So what you can do is you can measure these crown rump length. You can measure biparietal distance, means distance between two parietal bones. Crown rump means from head to back here, and then biparietal distance, and then trunk diameter. So you can have some idea about the, and nowadays machines are available. Earlier, when the calipers or when the inbuilt system was not there, then people used the formulas and some tables. So here is the image of crown rump lamp. This is head and this is back. So you can, from here, from crown to the rump, you can measure the length, and depending upon the length of this, you can say about tentative gestation length of that, tentative fetal age of that particular case. Similarly, I told about this biparietal distance between two parietal bones, and if you are not getting CRL, sometimes it is a little difficult to place the probe on that particular site that you can get the image of CRL, or sometimes you are not able to see the head proper in a proper manner. So then you can go with this transverse section. You can trunk diameter, basically this is, and you can measure the distance. You can take the diameter of this trunk. So depending upon their size, there are different formulas for CRL at different gestational age. You can see here, and accordingly you can make out that how much is the fetal age. This is something about transverse diameter and CRL and all these observations. So earlier we used to consult this table, but nowadays machines are available. They can give you tentative age. Apart from normal pregnancy, you may get some idea about loss of pregnancy, because if you have examined one case at 40 days gestation and everything was normal, and you wait for 9 months and you get nothing, so you need to go for once in between ultrasonography at 4.5 or somewhere at 6 months. So it is always preferred to do ultrasonography in between as well, not only for early but during mid gestation. So here you can see something is like the fluid is not that much, hazy fluid is there, and you cannot, the fetus is here, but it is not having recognizable parts. So 4.5 months it should be completely developed, but here you can see it is distorted one. Same is here, same is hazy fluid is here. So this kind of image always indicative of pregnancy losses, because previously you have confirmed that pregnant animal, and then later on, if you have not done this, you will wait for 9 months and 10 months for buffalo, and then you will get nothing. So it is always suggested that you do once more or twice for at mid gestation to confirm it. Then something about uterine infection. If it is pyometra, you will always get this kind of thick material exudate. This is thick echogenic dots. You can appreciate hazy fluid, and depending upon the type of pus, you can get the image here. So that are all these are tissue debris, and thick material is right there in the uterus. So indicative of uterine infection. This is something about endometrial. You can also go for endometrial thickness. I don't think it is that much of usefulness, because if you see sensitivity and specificity, it is not that. Yesterday, Dr. Kumresan was telling about cytobrush technology. So that cytobrush is even better as compared to ultrasound for particularly subclinical endometritis. Then these are some landmarks that can be considered while doing scanning for pregnant animal. So you can get early heartbeat at day 22, spinal cord visible on day 28 onward. Then placentomes you can find, you can see visualized day 35 onward. You can see split hooves and rib cage day 52 onward. So these are some landmark you can use while using early fetal age, while at least you can have some idea when you are using these landmarks. Then something about fetal sexing. So fetal sexing, it is just based on the movement of genital tubercle. Basically, this genital tubercle migrates at about this much day of gestation. So this is indicative one. If genital tubercle is present here near the umbilicus, then that will be future male. Whereas if this genital tubercle is near the anus or at the near the base of tail, then it will be future female. Actually, nowadays I don't do, but earlier, out of curiosity, I was doing that. So see the image here. These are hind limbs, buds, hind limb buds, and you can see a highly echogenic image right here. So that is genital tubercle, and that is future male, whereas here it is near the tail. So you need to, only problem is how to place the probe. It is little bit tricky, but with due experience you can do it. You can place the probe at right place. But if you think that in a single instance or at a single go, if you get this, it is not possible. You need to go for multiple attempts, means in different ways you need to keep the probe, and for that particular purpose you need to have patience. And even if you have patience, your client is not having that much patience, so you cannot put the, and if you have declared the animal pregnant, then he won't let you allow to keep your hand inside for longer duration. So if at institutional farm, or if you are well versed with the technique, then you can do it easily, but you need to have some patience for getting the presence or location of the genital tubercle. So with this I can conclude that sonography, reproductive ultrasonography is best tool if you want to see cyclical changes in that particular animal, or if you want to go for early pregnancy diagnosis or any pregnancy losses in between, you can very well visualize them. And if you want to solve infertility problem, then you can diagnose the cases, and not only the cases, you can see the success of your treatment. Whatever you are giving, at least you must know about the success, so you can do that too. And then fetal aging and fetal sex, and all this can be done by B mode ultrasonography, but nowadays color Doppler mode is there, so you can take an added advantage out of this color Doppler, so that you will be more accurate for diagnosing the things. So this was all about I thank all the coordinators or organizing committee for making me a part of this international training program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of myself, sir, I am very much thankful for your very effective, excellent, and presentation on the reproductive ultrasonography. Now, since last 10-20 years, we are using the ultrasonography, and now we are in the phase of this color Doppler ultrasonography. And most of vets are also acquainted with this reproductive ultrasonography in the large animals, and it is more efficiently used in the canines as such, sir. But your presentation makes all the participant that the technique is very easy. I think your videos
I
are
hope
very
so.
uh, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being associated with us and accepting our invitation with your busy schedule, sir. Thank you.
My
Thank you.
pleasure. It's my pleasure, Dr. Ingawale.
Sir,
Every
there is
time.
only one question I will take, sir, because this is quite, I think, is it possible to differentiate between follicular and luteal cyst per rectally?
Yes,
And
yes, it is possible. But if it is truly luteal cyst or truly follicular cyst, if there is any in between situation, then sometimes you may get confused that because that particular structure is having, if it is partially luteinized, if follicular cyst is partially luteinized, so then you may get some hardness, you may get some fluctuating consistency. So that situation will be more difficult. But if it is, if you are having sonography, then certainly you can find out the degree or intensity of luteinization. But it doesn't matter nowadays, because if you have confirmed luteal cyst or follicular cyst, you can use progesterone-based protocol or any sync protocol for treating them.
definitely, sir. There is one important question, sir. What is the ultrasonographic difference between normal CL and unstressed CL? Is there any differentiation?
There is not at all, no difference at all. If it is a mature cyclic CL, that will be appearing the same, and if it is a persistent, you may call it persistent CL for any stress cow. So that is also having the same one, because both are active. That is why that animal is producing. Even if you see the blood flow, that also may be the similar.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh, and I congratulate you for conducting this training.
Thank you, sir.
And
With
very
your all kind
meticulously
support
designed, and almost all the part of animal reproduction always be there.
With the support of sir, all.
Okay, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I may leave now.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Now the third lecture presentation of this second day, which is on the very important topic in relation to the nutrition. And the speaker is from the Izatnagar. We had 3 speakers today. One is from the Australia, second is from the Punjab, Ludhiana, another is from the another corner of the India, that is from the IVRI Izatnagar. Now the topic will be delivered by Dr. Sunil Jadhav, sir. He is presently working as a principal scientist in the division of animal nutrition at IVRI Izatnagar. He did his PVC and AH from the KNPVC College of Veterinary Science, Shirwal, and Master of Veterinary Science from the College of Veterinary Science, Parbani, and PhD from IVRI Izatnagar. Now, he has been associated with the DRDO as well as the ICR, and earlier he was senior scientist at the Center of Advanced Faculty Training at Animal Nutrition Division, IVRI, Scientist B and Scientist C in Defense Research and Development Organization under the Ministry of Defense, Government of India for almost 7 years from 2005 to 2012, and having the rich experience of 20 years in the research, teaching and extension in animal nutrition. Now, Jadhav sir has handled 10 research projects, including 2 All India Coordinated Research Projects and 1 ICR Niche Area of Excellence Project in Clinical Nutrition, guided 4 MUC students, 2 PhD students in animal nutrition discipline, and he has served at high altitude area, that is Leh region, for longer period of time, and then he shifted in the Gwalior in the DRDO, having the very rich experience with working a lot of versatile in area. If you consider the award and recognitions as such, he has published more than 50 research papers in peer-reviewed journals of international and national repute. He is editor of Animal Nutrition and Feed Technology Journal, which is a prestigious journal in the Animal Nutrition Association of India. Executive body member of Animal Nutrition Society of India, Karnal. And he has been awarded with National Technology Day Award and Technology Group Award as a group leader for research and development work while working in the DRDO. Now the 8 best paper awards has been awarded in the international and national conferences and presented 3 lead papers. He has been co-editor in 10 books and Compoundia and authored 25 book chapters and published papers in national and international. So a very legend personality in the animal nutrition. Sir is 1 year senior to me during my graduation as well as my post-graduation studies. I am eager to hear after a long period of time. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you, sir, for this international training program, and I request to deliver a presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh. I hope I am visible and audible as well.
Sir, very well.
Okay, thank you. So my slides are in 1 minute. Okay. So formally, once again, I thank Dr. Mahesh Ingawale, course coordinator, and I thanks Dr. Bhikane for giving me the opportunity. And most importantly, I thank today's 2 eminent speakers, Dr. Netake and Dr. Honparkhe sir. Both of them really have given very entertaining and enriching lectures. So I believe Netake is also from, he told that he is BVS standard but working in reproduction field, and Dr. Honparkhe, no doubt he is quite experienced in reproduction. But just I'm telling because I may be the odd man out, because most of you may be from reproduction field, and my veterinary officers or livestock development officers, they are working in varied area. But I am being specialized in animal nutrition, probably missing many of the videos and photographs to show in my lecture today. So whenever it comes to animal nutrition, people generally have different kind of opinion with regard to the values, then data, and maybe sometime there's a kind of information which may not be much interesting. But then I have tried to compile the things so that it will be of some help to you people on this topic given. So I just want to confess that at present I am not actively involved or working in the very research area, very area of today's topic. But yeah, we are familiar being a veterinarian, and but then I have done a lot of review from the available literature and my past knowledge on this subject. So with this, let us start. And I hope if you won't mind, all participants, I will like to finish my lecture in half an hour, because already time is not a limit, but then also being late, everybody may be having concern, and the thing is that I will like to finish the lecture in some 40 to 45 minutes, and maybe we can discuss. So today's topic, nutrition for early puberty and fertility in dairy cows. So bit variation from what is written on the final schedule, but the meaning is the same. So before we start, I'll just tell I have some 35 slides. So accordingly we will go, and if you have any doubts, you can always raise the question in chat box. So I have some 5 or 6 important aspects to discuss today regarding to the topic, which is related to early attainment of puberty and its effect on fertility in the dairy cows. So first we'll generally see the general principles or some basic information regarding the nutrition and how it is related to the reproduction, and then major part of my slides are on the role of nutrients, protein, energy, minerals, vitamins, micronutrients, then few slides on effect on puberty and fertility. So friends, I would like to tell that just I was referring to the literature available on this aspect, and NRC edition has been published last in 2001, but after that a lot of research has already been taken. And of the recent, there have been many papers on the heifer management, replacement heifer, rearing and calf nutrition. So the literature was so huge that I decided to constrain to some few important reviews, and from that I have taken some information and is presenting in some 3-4 slides pertinent to this puberty and fertility. Then of course nutrition and reproductive disorders in the brief I will discuss, and then some important practical consideration, because nutrition many times its theoretical part is very complex to understand, and hence practical aspects are very important. So that we'll discuss in 1 or 2 slides, and then of course summary, or we'll just have the concluding remarks. So to start with, first nutrition and reproduction. We say that nourish to flourish. If we want to flourish, we should nourish the organism properly. And there is nothing much difficult to understand in this. But when it comes to the business and when it comes to the performance, we need to understand in detail how we should nourish to get a desired performance out of an animal or any biological system. So, and hence the reproduction, if you see, it's a famous quote that it's a mechanism for life to move forward. So if you don't reproduce, the community will not forward, life will not forward, and slowly it will be finished. These two important processes, nutrition and reproduction, they complement each other in many aspects, and and it's very essential for growth and health of an individual, may it be eukaryotes or prokaryotes. We know nutrition is very, very important, and as far as this dairy industry is concerned, we all know that it's a 60 to 70 and sometimes more than that % expenditure is incurred on the nutrition or feeding of the animals. So it's really a cumbersome, and it's really a concern for a dairy farmer. The thing is that in Indian scenario, condition is a bit difficult, though it not be difficult, but it is different than outside countries, because Dr. Netake was referring to a huge advanced farm in Australia, and in USA and Canada and Netherlands, if you see the dairy industry, it's totally different than what we have in India, except a few places of Punjab, Haryana. If we exclude them, we have do not have much commercial farms, and most of the dairy is in disorganized farms. That is one constant that we are going to highlight in my coming 1 or 2 slides as well. But then if you stall fed the animals, up to 70% of total cost is on the nutrition. Few important facts when it comes to the research in the field of nutrition for reproduction. Some points we should understand. I would like to make it clear that this presentation may be of more of an academic, though not exactly for academic, but certainly it may be on the research aspect, because I just cannot control myself by giving the information on the scientific findings more as compared to the applied field. So kindly I request to bear, but it may not be that boredom if you think in the mind. So why I'm saying is that if I want,
Sir,
yeah.
Sound quality is quietly poor, sir. Is there any problem with echo? Because echoes they are.
Okay, yeah, just let me. So, Mahesh, can you listen now me properly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Probably that was the distance between my microphone and myself.
Fan is working or fan is off, sir?
What?
And
No, there is no fan. It is almost maybe some 10 degree outside, Mahesh.
okay, then fine, sir.
Yeah, we are enjoying the winter. We are near the Nainital and Tarai region. But anyway, yes. So I hope now the voice may be bit okay, right? Is it fine, Mahesh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I was referring three important points regarding the nutrition research for the reproduction. See, the condition is that if I want to do an active research in the reproduction, there are some constraints. So many times, because I'm telling this because there is no much research study of that kind which is being conducted in outside. If you see the Journal of Dairy Science, I mean, people are working on some thousands of cows, and they have patients to wait until they mature or they come in heat, and again for the lifetime, again the record the lifetime productivity, they have the records. But this is a major constraint. Somebody was asking the question here that what may be the age of first breeding or first calving in Indian cows. And I appreciate few workers are really doing good in that respect. But this is one of the constraints, that reproduction is often not the sole productive process, because animals are not only reproducing, they are also growing at the same time. They're also lactating to the greatest extent. And hence we have a complex situation to study the reproduction of animal. But because nutrition and reproduction, they are interrelated, this working on this aspect becomes very, very important. Then second point, nutrient requirement for reproduction vary considerably. Now again, in 9 months of the gestation, for example, we have to feed animal for first 6 months at least at the maintenance level. And it is a period in last trimester where the maximum growth of the fetus takes place. So again, that variable we have to take into consideration when we are working in this aspect. And then reproduction is often an all or nothing phenomenon. If you get the proper crop, it's okay. Otherwise, some difficulty is there. I mean, everything is lost. And the farmers are at the stake, and they bear the cost of this. All the same, when we are discussing the how to hasten the puberty, age of the puberty, but when I was going through the literature, I realized that this is the body weight which is very, very important as far as puberty is concerned, and hence, and certainly, age, we want to reduce the age at which the animals will gain maximum body weight, so that we can breed the heifers at the earliest, and they will be calving at the earliest, and whole reproductive or productive life cycle of the potential animal can be utilized very well. But before that, some few slides on basic information on protein, energy, and micronutrients. Again, I am reiterating that I am not going to present any values, no units, no TDN, no DCP, something like that, because it is all available in the tables. And that's why I have decided to have some basic information and mechanistic aspect, that how these nutrients, especially micronutrients, they are required for attaining the puberty and maintaining the fertility of animals. So proteins, as we have seen many times evidence that they are essential to increase the feed intake. General protein malnutrition, you will find that animals are not taking much feed, and many times farmer complain that feed intake is lower. So probably there may be the situation that the protein content of the diet may not be optimum. Here, while working in IVRI, All India coordinated such a project in reproduction and nutrition, we also find many times at the field that farmers, they actually do not know how to prepare the concentrate mixture or how to feed the balanced ration to the animal. And certainly, on an average, 40% of protein deficiency is existing, and it is contributing to the greatest extent to the infertility and delay in the reproductive performance of animals. So protein is very, very important. It's one of the important macronutrient. And we talk of digestible protein, DP, digestible protein, which increases the ovulation rate. And this digestibility depends on many factors in the ruminants. Ruminants, because they have complex rumen system, rumen microbes which convert even non-protein nitrogens Even the urea they can use for their own protein synthesis, and that efficiency of the protein synthesis and the quality of microbial protein, all it matters in the ruminants. So in case of the ruminants, we generally talk the proteins which degrade in the rumen or which bypass the rumen. So these two important factors. So we have to balance between these if you want to get the optimum protein nutrition of the animals. Few important points we're going to see in the coming slides. Now the energy is a kind of a character of all the nutrients, I can say, because fat also gives some energy, carbohydrate is major source of energy, protein sometimes they are used for the energy, minerals, vitamins, they play an important role in utilization of energy. So the required energy is required for the elevated plasma insulin. Here I am just quoting insulin because it's having direct bearing on the reproduction and on the, what we can say, attaining the puberty and dynamics of your ovarian follicle metabolism. Because of the insulin, the glucose uptake, even by your gonads, that is very important. That is major concern. So general energy malnutrition also we can, I mean, it's very well experienced in Indian conditions because of the lack of the knowledge and poor food resources available at the farms or in the field. So it is also required for earlier resumption of estrus postpartum. So I think this topic is being dealt with by one of the learned speaker. I have gone through the schedule that nutrition of the peripartum animals. So probably that's why I have not included much of the slides, because today's topic is dealing with the fertility as well. And when it comes to the fertility of the heifer, sorry, the fertility of the postpartum cows and all, they're very important. And especially peripartum cow feeding management has been the active research area of the research throughout the globe as far as the dairy sector is concerned. And then micronutrients, the minerals and vitamins. So I will deal with minerals in detail. This is as Dr. Honparkhe told, that he is very fortunate enough that he is working on the ultrasonography and delivering the lecture. Here I am also working in the mineral area, mineral and vitamin lab. So certainly slight inclination towards more informative presentation on the minerals, but kindly bear with me, many slides are having, they are texty, not the photographic or some video. So energy, again, I already have told, the main thing is that the animals with the energy deficiency or lack of energy, if optimum energy is not there, then both productive and reproductive performance will be hampered. And especially energy in case of the dairy animal is mostly discussed again in the form of negative energy balance, which is experienced in the cows postpartum. So that is another thing. So that's why I'm leaving this topic to my another colleague, which is going to discuss afterwards, maybe tomorrow. And then protein, as I discussed, the optimum CP, here in animal nutrition we call it as CP. It is a crude protein. It's not a true protein, because microbes, they use true protein and nitrogen from other protein. The thing is that their target is a nitrogen. So nitrogen comes from non-protein nitrogen substances as well, like for example urea. And that's why private industry people or many feed formulators, they use non-protein nitrogen source urea in the diet of the animals. So that's why that is one of the concern. So optimum level of crude protein in the diet is very essential to achieve the reproductive efficiency. See, protein, it's a part of many enzymes, certain hormones, and if the protein deficiency is there, amino acid deficiency is there, certainly activity of that enzymes or the action of the hormones is going to be hampered. And being the active metabolic tissues, reproductive tissues will be, I think, hampered very first. So that's why optimum CP percentage in the diet is very, very essential. And as I told, that degradable and undegradable proteins are very important, but you can just remember that if it comes to you to have a concern about the rumen degradable protein, then you must know that at least 30 to 35% of total protein should be undegradable protein. So undegradable protein, what it will do, that it will escape the rumen, and many a times microbes, they digest the protein and they prepare their own body proteins, and in doing that, the very vital amino acids of the diet, that profile is changed, and the amino acids available at the intestinal level may not be of that quality. So we have to protect the protein many times to have a good results. So that's why this undegradable protein and rumen degradable protein concept is there. But another thing is that if we excessively use the protein in the diet, as it happens sometimes, if by mistake or some industry people or some animal owners, they are using urea in the diet of the animal, and if it exceeds the normal levels, then there are all the risk, especially it will affect the reproductive performance of the animal, because the excess of the urea or non-protein nitrogen, it goes to the liver, and where it is converted into ammonia, and this ammonia, when it goes through the circulation to the reproductive tissue, the pH and microenvironment is changed, and ion fluxes are there, and it negatively hampers the reproductive performance of animals. Even if you are feeding the concentrated mixture or high CP diet, you are feeding the legumes to the animals, you are giving soybean meal to the animal or other protein sources. So if it exceeds certain level, for example, the dairy cow diet maybe should have some 12 to 13% of the crude protein, and if it is exceeding maybe some 16-17% for a long period of time, then it is not desirable. So that balance we have to maintain. So bypass nutrients may not be pertinent for today's topic, but just when it comes to the energy and protein, these two important, bypass fat and bypass protein, they should be discussed at least a sort of introduction. So especially this is applicable for the maybe postpartum cows, where we experience negative energy balance. So fat is a source of energy, and again rumen microbes, they do the hydrogenation of fat in the rumen. So that fat or fat profile, if we are feeding the essential fatty acids, fat will convert them into the saturated fatty acid, and that important action or what we are planning for as far as fat is concerned will not be available at the intestinal level, and so we protect the fat. In doing so, we are increasing the density, energy density of the diet, and probably in the decade or in the last century, a lot of research has already been done in this bypass fat and proteins, and it has been the famous technology in animal nutrition, and this can be used to enrich the diets for energy. And certainly there are many reports that supplemental fat in the form of bypass fat, it improved the growth and physiology of pre-ovulatory follicles, and it also enhanced the luteal lifespan. The reason may be the availability of the essential fatty acids at cellular level, because they were protected from the degradation in the rumen. So this is kind of you can always keep in the mind if Taggi et al., I think from the NDRI, what they are reporting, that there was reduction in the service period by almost 32 days when they use bypass fat in the animals. Also, the service period was decreased, and the reason was the oleic and linoleic acid, which was available at the cellular level because of feeding of the bypass fat. Now coming to the minerals. Minerals will be discussed in some 7 to 8 slides, because under Indian condition, all you will agree that mineral mixture or mineral supplementation or deficiency of mineral, or rather I can say imbalances of the mineral, it may be higher amount or it may be the deficiency of mineral in many parts of India, is a major concern. And the huge reproductive losses or the suboptimal growth potential of animal, or they are not just coming into the puberty in the time, or they are taking some few 5 to 6 years to go for first breeding. And all it has been, these animals were found to be grazing in the region specific areas. And the problem is that in India we have some 19 to 20 different agroecological zones, and we have a sort of very imbalanced soil status for these minerals. And hence yesterday also we have dealt with this, there was a mention of area specific mineral mixture in the introductory remark also. So because of these variations or variable profile of soil, then feeds and fodders, the animals were found to be deficient or having the excess of certain minerals. So, and it is taking a toll on the reproductive performance of animals. And for that, fortunately, many agencies are there. All veterinary universities, agricultural institutes, NTTB, NDRI. We are also working on area-specific mineral mixture, and that's why it forms a very important aspect of mineral nutrition. But nowadays, we have to do the retrospection because farmers, animal owners, they are using the fertilizers in the soil, and probably the mineral profile of soil is again changing. So accordingly, we have to review these aspects, and again we have to revisit the concepts of mineral supplements in the animal. But because they have a very strong bearing on the growth potential of animal, on attainment of puberty in animal, development of reproductive organs, and also the importance in lactating animals, minerals should be discussed at length. So the important functions that they are required for resumption of follicular growth and fertility, of course, this is in the cows, lactating cows. Then, as I told, that synthesis of many proteins and enzymes. Several minerals, they are metabol enzymes, and they are involved in protein, lipid and carbohydrate metabolism. Synthesis of many proteins. Even they are involved in the DNA nucleic acid metabolism. So any protein to be synthesized in the body, this nucleic acid should be metabolized in the proper way. Some minerals are part of zinc finger domain, which are involved in the DNA metabolism. Selenoproteins or selenium is essential for nucleic acid metabolism again. And there are so many compounds and metabolites which are dependent on the minerals are there. Because of that, the metabolism of animal as a whole may be hampered greatly if the minerals are not supplied in the proper concentration. So, though one or more of these mechanisms, the trace minerals may directly affect embryonic and fetal development. So, just we'll see one by one, because we are talking many times that calcium, limestone, then dicalcium phosphate, the phosphorus concentration, mineral mixture to be given to the animal, how much of it should be given. See, some, as you know, that there are 7 macro minerals, and out of that, calcium and phosphorus very, very important. No doubt other minerals are important, they are essential, means they're important, but under Indian conditions we very often come across the deficiency of phosphorus in many parts of our country. And many times my colleagues, veterinary officers, they are using phosphorus injections and supplements to treat the ailments. So as a preventive measure, the minerals should be administered through the feed in the form of mineral mixture or supplement. So 1 minute. Again, this sort of a window is coming, like Dr. Netake was, I think, but it's okay. So calcium, friends, some academic or some knowledge bearing information, some interesting points about calcium. As far as I have reviewed this, I think it will be a resource for use for the academicians and teachers. Calcium have important roles in the gonadotropic regulation of ovarian steroidogenesis. Calcium plays an important role. It is also essential for regulation of membrane potential of oocyte. As you know, calcium, 99% of calcium is in the bones or skeleton, and only 1% calcium is flowing through our blood in the plasma at the cellular level. But that 1% is playing a miracle. You know, nervous, nerve impulse transmission, myocardial function, muscle contraction. So, at the oocyte level also, the regulation of membrane potential of oocyte is an important function, because calcium in the form of calcium gated ion channels and signal transduction, these are sort of what we can say, some important biochemical processes through which many functions are being carried out. So calcium deficiency is certainly going to affect the what we can say, fertility of animal, or in that case the puberty of animal as well. Calcium is also involved in the disruption of cumulus cells cohesiveness by regulating the number of gap junctions, and this process all is required for the ovulation. So if calcium is not up to the mark, just we say the 9 to 11 milligram per 100 ml in the plasma should be the normal level of the calcium. But if it is not up to the mark, your ovulation process is going to be hampered. As far as phosphorus is concerned, the marginal deficiency of phosphorus, it could cause the disturbance in your HPA axis, the pituitary ovarian axis, and including the ovulation. The thing is that the phosphorus, it is a structural entity of all the nucleic acids, the backbone. All my fellow colleagues, they know it. Then it is also involved in many energy building processes, TCA cycle, in hexose phosphate shunt. So if phosphorus is deficient, the energy utilization is going to be hampered. So it has been found that the calcium and phosphorus ratio is very important. Many times this question comes. The 2:1 should be the calcium is to phosphorus ratio. Means if calcium in the diet is, for example, 0.5%, phosphorus may be 0.25%. So this ratio has a bearing on the ovarian function of the animal. Probably when we are going to feed the cows or heifers, one must always take into account, especially on the organized farm, it is all possible, but at the farmer's door, probably you may not be able to give the proper inputs and we may not be able to know. But then analysis of the diet or just a review of the feeding habits can very well give us the clue. Second one important is the copper. Many times we listen, copper is very important because of its metalloenzymes. Cytochrome C oxidase, lysyl oxidase, celluloplasmin. See, these metalloenzymes, whenever we discuss stress elements, their action is being carried out through these metalloenzymes. Okay. Cytochrome C oxidase, all my fellow colleagues, they know it. It's involved in the respiratory chain through which energy generation is there, and the cellular energy generated through this respiratory chain, and cytochrome C oxidase is one of the important enzyme involved in it. So if copper deficiency is there, the cellular machinery is hampered, and the energy effects, as I told, they are going to disturb the energy generation and cellular dysfunction. Friend, this lysyl oxidase, you must have listened many times we talk of ataxia in the neonates. This is because of the copper deficiency. Because the this lysyl oxidase, this is involved in the cross-linking of the connective tissues. Okay. So whenever there is a deficiency of copper in maternal diet, the fetal brain or fetal tissues, they also are going to be devoid of or deficient in the copper, and in that case there is an aplasia of myelin around the neurons and it causes ataxia in the neonates. So that's why copper concentration should be at the appropriate level in the diet. And also lysyl oxidase dysfunction due to copper deficiency, it decreases the elastin, which is a fiber. Elastin and cross-linking integrity of cardiac tissue is affected, and there is a cardiac hemorrhage of fetus, and many times we find dead fetus or mortality in fetus because of the deficiency of the copper. And celluloplasmin, another important copper enzyme that is involved in the ferrous absorption, not only through the intestine but also in the RBCs, in the hematopoietic tissues. So in case of the copper deficiency, there you are going to be experience the anemia and related changes will be there. All these are culminated in delayed puberty, many times unestrus, and decreased pregnancy rate. See, copper deficiency is a very burning problem, and many times when you analyze the samples, you reveal that copper is deficient in the diet. And at least in our area here, we are finding this, that in reproductive disorders or in such kind of complicated animals, the diet or copper status of animal is deficient. And also copper is involved in the synthesis of noradrenaline, now which is a important neurotransmitter that helps in the secretion of your gonadotropin releasing hormones. So once GnRH is not properly synthesized, again your that axis working is not proper, and again it is going to hamper the puberty of animal, and hence there will be delayed maturity and related economic losses. So copper, and then zinc, copper, zinc and manganese, they all together forms the part of an enzyme that is called a superoxide dismutase that we are going to see. But before that, whenever it comes to zinc, zinc is having very important role in male reproduction. Unfortunately, today we are discussing on the cows, but equally important is male, and my information unfortunately is not related to male animals, but when it comes to zinc, even in my PhD program we work on zinc, and there was significant effect on testosterone hormone in case of the control animals which were given lower concentration of zinc in the diet. So zinc has a role in control of hypothalamus pituitary gonad axis, HPG axis, and again it influences the release of GnRH. Okay, so and it is essential for maintaining of epithelial integrity. We know hyperkeratosis or all the epithelial cells in case of zinc deficiency, they are hampered. So here also uterine epithelial, vaginal epithelium, they are badly affected if zinc is not up to the mark, if it is less than 40 ppm in the diet. So, and very often we experience this at the field level, because Indian soil is generally having deficiency of zinc in it. And superoxide dismutase, many times you must have heard it, that it's an antioxidant enzyme and also involved in scavenging the free radicals. The free radicals, they are produced as a result of stress. It may be a physiological stress. Many times it is because of the environmental factors. Generally it's a heat stress in northern part, cold stress in the hills, then production stress in highly growing animals, and so on. Okay. So in that case, the antioxidant minerals, zinc, copper, manganese, and vitamins, vitamin A, vitamin E, all these are going to have important role. And many preparations in the market for reproductive disorders or for supplement to the young animals so that they can come into heat, they contain all these antioxidant nutrients, because the superoxide dismutase has to work normally, and superoxide dismutase is an important antioxidant enzyme containing copper, manganese, and zinc. So that's an important point. The zinc again is having important role in uterine remodeling during embryonic implantation. So this is also, zinc deficiency is also a leading cause of embryonic mortality and failure of conception in the animals, because in case of the zinc deficiency, fetal development will be hampered through this modulating the IGF, which is a potent stimulator of the tissue differentiation. So at the time of implantation, if tissue differentiation or cell proliferation is not proper, it is going to affect the livability of embryos, and if the conception is there, embryonic implantation will be hampered. So zinc is having important role in these aspects. So coming to the manganese, as I told, it's part of superoxide dismutase, but importantly, it is involved in the cholesterol synthesis. Okay, and this cholesterol synthesis, it plays a very important role in estradiol secretion, estrogen secretion by the conceptors, and thus it is important for early recognition of the pregnancy. So it's a bunch of minerals. So rather we say the mineral mixture. So that is why giving the mineral mixture very, very important in young as well as growing and adult animals as well. So then iodine and selenium, two main important elements we have to discuss. Iodine, we know it's a metabolically active element, generally it is called, and it is an ultra trace element requiring very, very minute amount, 0.1 milligram per kg of the diet. Even we are unable to probably see many times by naked eyes if you want to add this much of the amount, but then it is an essential mineral. It is classified as essential minerals. An important role is in thyroid metabolism, conversion of T4 to T3 hormone, which is metabolically active hormone and is required for maintaining the basal metabolic rate and maintaining the animal's metabolism at the normal level. So it plays an important role in newborns, then in case of the winter especially, right? So it is reported that endometrium concentrate iodine by active process in the late pregnancy. It indicates the importance of iodine. That's why there is an increased concentration of iodine in endometrium during pregnancy. And also serum fetus has thyroxine binding protein. So it simply indicates that iodine is going to play a crucial role. It plays a crucial role, but if it is deficient in the maternal diet, certainly there we are going to experience the problems in the normal reproductive process of animals. And another ultra trace very important element is the selenium. Okay, selenium is an antioxidant. We in the what we can see in gynecology, in obstetric and treatment of reproductive disorders, very famous preparation we have vitamin E and selenium. Selenium and vitamin E, they functions hand in hand, and they spares each other even in other animal species as well. Because and mainly selenium functions through different selenoproteins. There are about 25 different selenoproteins. Glutathione peroxidase, then thyrodoxine, deiodinase. These are some important selenoproteins which through which the selenium mechanism of action is there. Probably under Indian condition, in northern India, we have an ample concentration of selenium in the soil. Perhaps there were, perhaps I am sure that there were other problems of toxicity. Selenium initially, before proving its essentiality, it was known for its toxic action, but slowly its essentiality was proved in rats and then in other animals. But very small concentration of selenium should be present in the diet. So the reason is that selenium supplementation prevents infertility. We know, along with the vitamin E, which is called as sterility factor. If vitamin E or selenium is not there, rats were found sterile in classic studies conducted long back. Then it also selenium supplementation improve reproduction. Then it also decrease the abortions. Then induction of parturition. We all know the role played by selenium in preventing the what we can say uterine placental retention. Then obviously as a result there is increase in the conception rate. Then all metritis, essentially the diseases which are infectious in the nature, maybe gram-negative, gram-positive bacteria. Selenium and vitamin are kind of micronutrients which are involved in boosting the immune response of animals, not under at the disease condition, but at healthy levels also they are important to produce certain kind of interleukins and cytokines that are essential for growth. And when growth is normal, the development of all the systems will be at par, and general the animal response will be proper, and he will grow properly and come into puberty and come into heat properly. Just for you people information, I have given the trace mineral requirements. If it happens to you, the diet should be analyzed, and you must know that copper requirement is 10 milligram per kg of the dry matter. If animal is taking the 1 kg of the ration, dry ration, you should find that there should be the 10 milligram copper, then 40 milligram of zinc and manganese. Iodine is at 0.25 milligram per kg. Such a low concentration, but very important. So just for your information, I have given the information for young livestock and lactating animal, what should be the normal levels. And here you are finding the critical levels. Now critical level means the animal feed should have at least this much of concentration of these important minerals. If this much concentration is not there, you can declare that the feed is deficient in these minerals. So that's why critical levels has been found, and these are used when we do the survey and when the status of region specific status of animal, soil and fodder is done. So this kind of information is very pertinent and applicable, and many times we have found that deficiency of these or the feeds in Indian condition there, many times critical levels are not matched, and animal experiences the deficiencies. So the strategies, one slide on the strategies. Mineral mixture supplementation is very important. You can recommend farmers to feed their cows according to the body weight, or maybe for small animals we recommend some 20 to 30 grams of mineral mixture per day. For large animal 100 gram, for lactating animal it may go to the 150 gram of proper mineral mixture. Now when it comes to the proper, BIS has given the formulation. Many important companies, they prepare a proper mineral mixture, but again the quality is an issue. So mineral supplementation should be there. You can go for the area specific mineral mixture. Many agencies, they are doing this research. You just observe what are deficiencies in that area. But this is applicable if your animals are being fed on the feed resources grown in that area only. But if your animals are being fed from the ingredients procured from outside regions, then it won't apply. The concept won't apply. But by and large, area-specific mineral mixtures have proven very well, and they have solved the problem to the greater extent. When it comes to the minerals, their availability is a problem. Availability means the quantity of mineral absorbed from the digestive tract and which is available for performing function in the animal body. Because their absorption efficiency is generally low, because minerals have interaction among each other. Calcium, if you are feeding sugarcane tops or Napier, calcium will be complexed with the oxalate, and it will be voided in the feces. And if chronic feeding is there, you will find that there is a deficiency of calcium. Many times it is a practical problem. Same is true for other minerals. There is an interaction of copper, molybdenum and sulfur. There is an interaction between calcium and zinc as well, and that kind of interaction exists. So their availability is problem. For that, nowadays people have come up with the organic minerals or chelates. What they are doing, that they are just complexing the mineral with any organic moiety. Majority time it's a amino acid or any carbohydrate or organic acid. By doing that, the complex reaction between antagonistic mineral is avoided, and minerals are available at the cellular level or enterocyte for absorption and further use. So these are certain kind of strategies which are important, and if we use these strategies in dairy animals, right from the calf, young animals, weaner, pre-pubertal and post-pubertal, we are going to benefit a lot. So this is how now general information, like when we talk of the attainment of early puberty on calf rearing, now it's a modern dairy industry is very different than the conventional dairy industry. If you go to the Journal of Dairy Science, which is a very important leading journal in dairy, probably many of you must be referring that. And there are several other literatures. You will find that the modern dairy practices are totally different. What we are experiencing here in India, our cows, generally they produce 15 liter means it is good enough. There are cows in Punjab and Haryana, they are producing maybe 60-70 liters. But the modern dairy industry is totally different. What generally they deal with, they are rearing calf like in pre-weaning phase, post-weaning phase, post-pubertal phase, like that. So we all know that in when calf is born, we give them colostrum for 3 days. Basic practices everybody knows. As early as we have to feed the colostrum because of so many things that we already know. And then we generally say that we should feed them milk at 10% of the body weight for a certain period of time. But the people have found that not ad libitum, but it should be increased up to 20% level to attain the earlier puberty body weight, body size, skeletal development, and to reduce the age at the puberty. An advantage is that it increases the yummy intake. Then it increases circulating concentration of insulin like growth factor 1, which I think it's working in synchrony with the growth hormone, and hence it increases the body growth. It also causes or increases the uterine development of animal. And then mammary development, which is essential criteria. We are talking of attaining puberty, but only attaining puberty is may not solve the lifetime productivity problem. Proper memory development should be there. There should not be excess fat deposition in the memory, and there should not be too little mass of the memory. So accordingly, and also it increases the age at puberty. So this kind of what we can say the recent trend, and so pros and cons are there. Somebody is saying we should not feed them ad libitum milk. They are also true, because the reason we are going to see for the slides, but it may be increased from 10% to 20%. These are what we can say the precise information nowadays people are using. Like Dr. Netake was discussing that very advanced dairy farms, they even consider in micrograms and milligrams, so that kind of precision, and we need to acquire that. And fortunately, what I'm seeing that many farmers in India, they have started that kind of things. They are started keeping the records, very high yielding animals, proper care of the heifers and cows. So this kind of information is going to be applicable in Indian condition as well. But major chunk of the owners still they are disorganized, and yeah, that is a different problem under Indian condition. Now post-weaning phase also giving the higher plane of energy and protein. If you increase the total digestible nutrient, or if you increase the protein concentration of the diet, it is also going to have greater diameter intake, because protein is having the effect on D1. Then of course greater average daily gain in the body weight. This is very important criteria. Gain in the body, generally in Indian conditions 200, 300 grams, but in outside if you see the heifers or post-pivot weaning phase, animals are growing up to 700, 800, 1 kg average daily gain is there. So that kind of practices they are following. And increasing the plane also, it results in greater number and size of ovarian follicles. Probably you are better judge to this condition that what term it will going to benefit. Then it also reduced age at the puberty. This is what we are going to, we are expecting out of the discussion. So up now giving higher plane of energy and protein means what? The telling of this may be a bit difficult here, because if I tell that this much of total digestible nutrients you give, this much of crude protein of that, this much must be the digestible protein, then metabolizable energy for lactation should be this. Rather, you can consult any nutritionist, but conceptualized and proof of concept. For that, we should know some of the important points which are in front of you. So also the energy and protein, if you give high plane of nutrition, it's going to reduce the age at first breeding. Okay, no age at first breeding. What literature I have heard, many of them have gone for some 13 to 15 months. Okay, so that animals are ready to cow at some 22.5 to 23.5 months. So that kind of things, and this is very important. This is, I think, people are taking that most appropriate and practices, so that it will not adversely affect the animals, at the same time economically feasible. So, and it is also going to have increased future milk rate. So as far as low plane of nutrition is concerned, there may be reduction in the frequency with the pulses of the luteinizing hormones that they are released. And you all are expert, you know the consequences that if luteinizing hormone pulse is disturbed, it is going to hamper the signs of puberty in animal, or it will delay these processes, and unnecessarily you have to waste a very precious time. Dr. Netake was telling that in the dollars, the expenditure comes from 12,000 if you miss one cycle, or maybe it may be more than that. So poor farmer bears it because he do not know the importance, and he do not probably have the proper idea that what extent it is going to affect. So being a technical expert, we should know this. That's why from that context, this information may be very pertinent. So there may also be a direct effect of nutrition on ovary and growth of oocytes that we have seen many times here. Then high plane of nutrition promotes greater production of insulin. This already I have told, which encourages the uptake of glucose, and the synthesis of steroid hormone by the ovary is proper. So that's why many times in researchers, my fellow colleagues must be knowing, we generally go for hormone profile. And mostly if it is a physiology, reproduction and nutrition, we generally do insulin hormone, thyroid hormone. These are very, very important indicators. And that in what way the nutritional treatment they are working. One slide on undernutrition again, because in case of animal, as I told, they are not only reproducing, they are growing also, they are lactating also. But as far as the pregnant heifers is concerned, the nutrition should be there for the dam own growth as well as the fetal growth. If it is not proper, there is an undernutrition. And in undernutrition, fetal growth will be retarded. Okay, fetal growth retarded means there is a developmental programming fault. One slide on that is there already. It is an advanced area probably, and we should know about it, that we are discussing. So in doing so, there will be delay in attaining the mature body size. If mature body size is not attained, the whole reproductive and productive life will be hampered. And also for clinicians, the incomplete skeletal development, we are going to face the dystocia cases, and difficulty in the parturition will be there. Next 10 minutes, guys. So nutrition also affects, nutrition affects the attainment of puberty. And one classic study I'm just showing you for just to have an idea that what generally should be the CP and energy. So there are 3 planes, high, medium and low. In this graph you can see these bars, they represent the age. Now high plane of nutrition, the puberty was achieved at 9.3 months and so on, 10.8, 16.5 in the low plane. Now low plane means, see, the CP content of whole diet was 16.5%, and in case of high there was 21% high protein diet. Okay, so accordingly you can see also the body weight of animals, 282, 282 and 360. So probably 282 or 280 and 300 probably will be a proper age for the heifers to declare that they are in puberty. We see the progesterone level, and then only we declare them as a pubertal animal. So that kind of thing. But here, what this slide shows, that the plane of nutrition is very, very important. Here another example, that just to you people have an idea that how the body weight of heifers. For example, at birth, generally it's a average 40 kg of the body weight. But as and when they progress, at up to the 15 months of age, the high plane of diet, these gray bars, the 416 kg of the body weight, as against 386 or 385. So that kind of nutritional treatments or nutritional planes should be given. And generally, animals, they are being fed on total mixed ration, and generally they comprise the alfalfa meal or lucerne, which is highly nutritious, and they mainly feed animal with the silage. Now the Indian condition also, we are adopting the silage technology, so that is also a positive side of it. So effect of feeding, again treatment of puberty and performance. If you see, number 1 is a standard diet as per the NRC requirement. Number 2 and number 3, intensive diet at 2 different levels. So when intensive means high plane of diet was given, again the age at puberty was decreased, and there was concomitant increase in the body weight of animal, growth rate was increased. So it's all about plane of nutrition and then micronutrients in the diet. They are going to play the game. Guys, now we are towards end of these lectures. A few slides on nutritional programming. You must have heard, or my dear students, if they are there, or many teachers, if they are there. This relatively newer concept in animal, though not newer, it's very well studied in case of the human beings. That nutritional programming or developmental programming or fetal programming, we say it, that the maternal diet or maternal nutrition is going to have a long-lasting effect on the performance of animal when it is born. Not only when it is born, in the adulthoodness of animal also, it is going to have a bearing. So that sort of thing, you just manipulate the maternal diet, and you can expect certain sort of performance of animal in the future life, performance of that offspring born to that mother in the future life. So it says that perturbations during the critical window, means maybe at the time of implantation or at the time of growth of fetus or embryo formation or something, there are some critical windows. The perturbation during that, the prenatal and postnatal development have long-lasting effect on the performance of individual. And there are classic studies doing small ruminants, ewes and sheep, that they have modified the reproductive organ development in adult age of animals just by manipulating their mother's diet when she was pregnant. So that kind of thing. So this is a mechanism rather, and you must have all heard about the epigenetics. So epigenetics is nothing but the mechanism which regulates the gene expression without altering the DNA sequence. Now we generally say that when gene expression is altered means the DNA sequence or there are some changes in that, and that's why the functional output, the protein form is of different nature. But here, in case of the epigenetics, DNA sequence remains the same. And this is what the main crux of the epigenetics. And epigenetics is caused by certain environmental factors. And one important environmental factor is nutrition of animal. So the nutrition of mother is in a certain way that epigenetics will be there, and it will switch on or switch off particular, for example, expression of a gene, and hence the performance of animal will be, or offspring will be hampered not immediately after the birth, but it may be in the adult stage. The reproductive organ effect may come in the adult stage. So that sort of concept is this programming of the fetal programming concept is there. So many nutrients, especially the methyl donors, many important nutrients, folic acid, vitamin B12, or many minerals, or many feed supplements that have this type of function, methyl donor, they generally are responsible for epigenetics. And this is nothing but a mechanism of epigenetics. Generally, we have a histone around which DNA is wrapped, or in case of the DNA, at the GC pair, the methyl group goes and attach. So this kind of process then alters the expression of the particular gene. It is very complex, but just a simpler way I'm just trying to tell you. So thing is that by using these critical windows and by manipulating the maternal diet and by adopting the maternal, what we can say, nutritional programming, there are all chances that we can hamper the reproductive performance of animals when it is born. Just to, out of the interest, examples of nutritional programming. So when there is a maternal undernutrition, it delays fetal ovarian development and it reduces ovulation rate in adult. Means when that calf will be born, when it becomes adult, it will experience the delay in fetal ovarian development because the maternal undernutrition was there. Also in late gestation, reduced reproductive rate of individual in adult stages will be there. So I think this all we are following it, but only the mechanistic aspect is being explored, and by doing that we are now able to know many in between processes that may be manipulated in beneficial way. So this is how the science progress. So guys, coming towards the end, the practical considerations, probably some important applied things. I have taken it from the publication that people say that we should encourage early intake in case of the calf starter. Now, if calf is born, we give them milk, then milk replacer and starter we give. Some people say that we should feed milk ad libitum, but many people now say that we should give restricted milk intake, because we should encourage calf to have a concentrate intake as early as possible, because by doing that ruminal development will be there, animal will start consuming the concentrate, and rumen consequences development will be more, and it may increase the intake of nutrients further, and there will be early attainment of body weight and puberty in animals. So recent evidence also indicates that low feeding rates are inadequate. They are inadequate to support the optimal health and immune function of cows. So what people are saying, 10% instead of 10%, you just give 20%, though it is restricted feeding, but higher, because you see, we are manipulating the genetic potential of animals. So there are other functions that are inversely related to the increase in the performance of animals. Then large breed cows may be weaned. Generally, weaning is a problem, but what criteria we may follow, that when they start feeding calf starter, or when they start feeding, consuming the concentrate mixture, when it reaches to some 680 gram or 0.68 kg, we may wean the calf. So if animal is showing that it is taking the 680 gram of concentration consecutive for 3 days, we may go for. So this will be our criteria, because by doing so, he will attain the what we can say, the dry matter intake through concentrate and fibrous feed resources, and hence more butyrate volatile fatty acid will be produced in the rumen, and that will further develop the rumen papillae, and utilization of these proteins and fibers and other nutrients in the diet will be proper, and that will help in attaining the proper body weight. So again, recent research report that attainment of puberty in heifer is around 9 months of age. People have reported even 4 months. I mean, on the research trial basis, but it has its own advantages and disadvantages. Unnecessary putting more fat or more fatty animals will fail to reproduce properly, as Dr. Netake was referring. The body condition score should be 3.5. That should be the goal. Then age at first breeding may be 13 to 15 months, so that we can have age at first calving at 22 to 25 to 23.5 months. If it is this condition, I think your farm is going to be benefit. So other important issues, I will not deal with them in detail, but India having lot of stress, biotic and abiotic stress, we need to give antioxidant nutrients. So many gram-negative bacterial infections, subclinical infections. Then there is a heat stress. Nowadays we are experiencing cold stress. You go to the Ladakh, minus 50 degrees Celsius temperature. You go to the Assam, there is a humid environment. Coastal regions have their own problems. Feed resources are not proper, 40% of feed resource deficiency. So many things. Actually, we have a challenge. As far as animal husbandry is concerned, we really, veterinarians are doing well, because such a diverse environment, such a huge problem. But yeah, we are coming up with the services and technologies. Then another point is metabolic disorders, particularly, but this is not pertinent to today's topic. So probably my colleague will deal it with when he is discussing the periparturient animal. And certainly we have come up with some nutritional supplements. IVERA technology, we have urea mineral molasses blocks. Conducted trial in heifers, buffalo heifers, and very good reproductive parameters response was there. We have come up with farming system based mineral supplements for this rice and wheat straw based feeding systems adjoining to UP region. And then we have critical nutrient supplements under patent, where we are giving some nutrients, those are critical, and supplementing to the animal. It's giving very wonderful responses as far as the reproductive performance is concerned. This last slide. That such a huge topic may not be summarized, but just to summarize today's discussion. The nutrition affects the fertility through its influence on age, that we have seen. Age at puberty, production and OHA, production of OHA, and survival of embryo and growth of embryo and fetus. So just give the balanced diet, because there are so many constraints. Your breed, your environment, then your production level, accordingly you are the best judge. But balanced diet means, now I think it must be clear to you that what is the importance of protein, energy, mineral, vitamins. Vitamins we have not discussed. Vitamin A and vitamin E. Fat soluble vitamins have to be given. If animal are not being fed green. So another point is cattle reach puberty at specific body weight. So that should be our target, and I have discussed it. What should be our target? And minerals and vitamins, they play vital. They are vital nutrients for puberty and fertility. And of course, region specific needs are there that should be taken into consideration as discussed. And as I told, that Indian conditions, we have quite diverse different problems, important challenges, and there it shall be our continuing effort to customize nutritional needs to that conditions, so that it match existing conditions, and we should also consider the future needs accordingly. So I think this was a very good forum to discuss this topic, though it may not be, I don't know, from nutrition point of view. I have tried to give some, maybe some superficial but pertinent information. So thank you very much. And with this, I think everybody is there, because again, what Dr. Netake was saying, that you are just looking at the laptop, so I'm just looking at my desktop. I think you all are listening. So, dear Dr. Mahesh.
Sir.
Okay, thank you. Here I end my presentation, and thanks for giving me this opportunity. I have tried to justify it, but what I can say, best is yet to come. There is always hope, but I hope you must have enjoyed this. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you so much for your nutrient, highly dense presentation. We are overwhelmed with your knowledge enriching presentation. And you have rightly pointed, sir, being an Indian condition, there are various agroclimatic zones, agroclimatic condition from south to north, east to west. And this cropping pattern, mainly agriculture, is very different. And it mainly affects the feeding pattern of different animals in different region, and that will alter the reproductive efficiency of the animals. So in nutshell, what you are rightly pointed, the animal has to be taken care from its advanced pregnancy during the growth period also, and during early period, in terms of the proteins, energy, micronutrients, and the antioxidants. And I think hope most of the well-developed farmers, they are more shifting in the progressive states like Punjab and Maharashtra with this type of the feeding. And in coming period of time, the scenario will change, hopefully. Thank you being associated with this training and accepting our invitation with our short notice, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I again thank Dr. Mahesh, very energetic, dynamic personality, and whole your team. I know Dr. Deshmukh and all, so I thanks to them as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
so,
sir.
Your permission, then I can leave.
Sir.
Or I'm just reading some one or two questions.
Sir, please, sir, you can read, sir.
Yeah, there is a question regarding nanominerals. So, see, as far as mineral mixture is concerned, there is no nanomineral mixture available right now in the market. But for research purpose, what we get, we get the nanominerals from different firms for carrying out the experiments. But commercially, to the best of my knowledge, there is no such kind of nanomineral is there. But people are working on that. Probably there is a huge scope. So otherwise, those who have congratulated me, I thanks to all, Hemant Kadam and all my dear friends, Dr. Yadav and Dr. Mahesh and so many, Dr. Gayatri Shinde. So thank you for appreciating, and you can contact Dr. Mahesh if I'm of any help to you in future. Certainly I will extend my hand. So thank you and have a nice
day. On behalf of all participants, sir, I am very much thankful for sharing your experiences with this new topic, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now for the participant end, tomorrow's lecture, which will be delivered by the Dr. Professor B.N. Sutar, sir, who is Head Department of Gynecology and Obstetrics, College of Veterinary Animal Sciences, Sardar Krishnagar, Gujarat. And the presentation will be on advances in stress synchronization protocols in dairy animals. The presentation will start at 17 hours, that is at 5 p.m. Now, another most important practical oriented lecture is on the recent strategies to reduce the embryonic mortality and repeat breeding syndrome in dairy animals, which is the major concern of the field vets. And the lecture will be delivered by Dr. S. Satya Kumar, who is a renowned gynecologist, professor and head Department of Veterinary College and Research Institute, Tanjavur, from Tamil Nadu, India. And third, most interesting lecture in the point of the today's era in terms of the use of sex semen and that means the current scenario of semen sexing and fertility of sex semen in the dairy animals. That is the one of the new biotechnology which is available at the veterinary end or at the farmer door end. and how its feasibility. So that will be discussed and shared by Dr. T.K. Mohanty, who is a principal scientist at Artificial Dairy Research Institute from National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal, Haryana, India. So hope all you enjoyed today's presentation, and tomorrow also very good speaker will deliver and share their experiences. So thanks to all the participants. We will meet tomorrow. Good night.
Okay, sir, we'll be signing off. Thank you.
Sir, Naresh sir, kindly
Yeah.
close the sessions.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay.